Today, we stand at the crossroads of history and the future. And there is no better place to discuss this than here in Košice, a region with deep roots in innovation and with a promising role in the AI-driven world. AI has come its long way since its inception, and what once began in 1950s as just a theoretical concept with some simple algorithms solving basic problems is now something that shapes our future and our daily lives. Today, it's driving self-learning systems, it creates arts, it diagnoses diseases, and even is making critical decisions. And believe it or not, this all happened throughout the last 70 years. And Košice, with its long tradition in industry, in research, and in education, is really uniquely positioned to be at the forefront within this rapid transformation. We all know that it was once considered as a city of metallurgy, of engineering, of industry, but it has really reinvented itself to be a vibrant hub, let's call it, for IT and innovation. The thing is that companies here are not just riding on the AI wave, but they are trying to be leaders. They are trying to really shape the future. They are trying to make some trends, I would say, or be the trendsetters for the future. In many areas, healthcare, also smart city projects, or even cybersecurity, we're going to hear a lot about all of these fields regarding AI today. I have to say that Deutsche Telekom has always been considered as the leader or the front runner of this rapid transformation and of the challenges and about all the changes that happen within AI. It is a leader in software development and mainly, I would say, in development and in education of their employees and of people, because it's really important to stay up to date and to go with the flow within this era. The speed at which AI is progressing really cannot be overstated, because what happened before through the years is now happening through the months. So we have to be really fast. Oh, and I don't know if you knew, but there is a software developed from Košice which is able to detect cancer 7 times faster than human. And I think that's really crazy what we are able to do from here, from the city, from the region. Now, as we step into 2024, the battle for leading AI is really intensifying. As I mentioned, it's not about we want to follow the trends. It's not just about technological era or technological race, let's call it. It's more about shaping our future, about securing our position here, and really taking care about the innovations to be reflected with our values and with our ambitions. And I think that sounds exciting, right? Because we want to be balanced. We want to have all in line in our daily lives. So it's not just about keeping with the local trends. It's about leading in the areas that matter the most, with the potential maybe to even influence the Europe, not only in the Europe, but even the whole world. So we're going to see and experience today how we can change the world from here, from the eastern Slovakia. Welcome to the conference where the future isn't just imagined, because it's designed. Welcome to the AI conference, the future of enterprise innovation. My name is Livia. I'm going to guide you through the whole program today. And besides all the keynotes and discussions you're going to experience here today, I would like to mention several activities that you can also experience in the room opposite or outside in the lobby. So first of all, I guess that you saw the car in front of this room. So you have a chance to test Tesla, Mercedes-Benz cars throughout the whole day by the end of the conference. So be sure to go there, to sign in for the particular time and enjoy the ride. Then in the room opposite, there is the so-called expo zone, so you can try the activity called Scan and Learn. That's a big wall with lots of QR codes. And you're going to learn some really interesting facts about our speakers. And I really suggest to go there to scan the QR code and to see the information about our speakers, because that's not just something you can Google like that, okay? These are facts that were given to us directly by the speakers. There is a photo booth, of course, so you've got a chance to make nice memories for today. There is Apple Vision Pro, and there are AI activities like Have AI Fun, speed dating with the speaker. I'm going to explain this a bit later. And also the activities from Deutsche Telekom, IT Solutions Slovakia, AI Pathfinder, and AI Ops by iChange. I hope I can handle all of these activities today. So let's see what we can do. But I think that if you just need a break, you can go out, try something, and come back to follow the program here on the stage. Of course, we wouldn't be here without our partners and organizers. So let me first of all thank the main organizer of today, and that's the company Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions Slovakia. Thank you very much. I think that we are really setting the nice tradition of this AI conference. It's the second year already, so getting better and better. Thank you really for doing this for us. And of course, there are partners without whom we couldn't be here as well. So it's IT cluster Košice, IT Valley, and also media partner Promiseo. Thank you very much. And now this intro is, of course, not only on my side, but there are people who would like to welcome you here as well, and who came from also abroad to see you, to say hi. Let me welcome the representative of the organizer, Deutsche Telekom, the local representative, Ľubica Neupauerová, and global representative, Cseresnyés.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this special event. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all here today. We are thrilled to have you here, those who are joining in person, but also those who are joining us virtually. The world of AI is evolving at breakneck speed, reshaping industries and transforming the way we live and work. With that in mind, we have designed today's agenda under the motto, the future of enterprise innovation. And I'm especially proud that so many of our colleagues coming from Deutsche Telekom here in Košice will be taking part in the program today. In just a few minutes, you will listen to Cyril Sadovský talking about human and AI synergy, the new approach, how to build valuable AI systems. And later, we will have Michal Kováčik with his, our beloved format, Coffee with Developer, which he will record here directly on stage. So, as we embark on today's journey, I would like to thank all that make this event possible. Those are, of course, all of you speakers and panelists who will make the agenda today so exciting. But also our partner, the cluster IT Valley Košice, and media partner Promiseo. And I don't want to forget our incredible Orga team, led by Alexandra Kostelníková and Lukáš Sipský. Without your expertise and energy, guys and a lady, it wouldn't be possible to stand here today. So, let's take this opportunity to learn, share, and collaborate, because future of AI isn't something that will just happen to us. It is something that we can shape all together. And it is something that we work on together also in Deutsche Telekom. Here I have my colleague Cseresnyés from Hungary, who leads IT operations for Telekom in Germany. So why is event like this so important for the company like Deutsche Telekom?
Thank you, Ľubica. So, look, Deutsche Telekom is probably the most successful telecom or telecommunications company on this planet right now. And of course, having said that, we have AI embedded in all of our services, in all of our solutions. So when I look at this, there are a lot of use cases that makes AI very important for us, and then occasions like this, where we can exchange with industry, where we can exchange within experts, where we can find solutions for challenges. So I will address a bit both now in a few minutes, just for you to get some more context on why we like this format, why we like this event so much. So you probably recall the days where you were writing letters with hand, or even trying to load a web page, trying to look at the news, and it took minutes for you to just look at something that is loaded on the internet. Of course, the expectation from customers is a completely different one as of today. Everyone wants to have a speedy and seamless connectivity experience. And we have a lot of AI solutions that support that, that drive that. If you just have your mobile connecting to one of our radio towers, or if you have your home Wi-Fi mesh trying to find the best route for your data packets, that's all driven by AI solutions that are developed and also that are used by us to increase your connectivity experience. Also, when we talk about what I would call customer experience, also in the sense of service, how we service you, imagine you have a problem with your line. Your internet doesn't work, okay? That usually wouldn't happen with Telekom, of course. But then if it happens, then formally you would have called the service desk, and there would be an agent picking up the phone at some stage. And you will be standing in this telephone call, and you would be listening like you are number 25 waiting in the line. That's not something that customers expect today. What we have, and I just give you one example, in Germany, and I also know in other countries too, a large language model-based chatbot that would serve your request around the clock with much better precision and, of course, in a much more speedy way. Not to talk and not to forget about IT security. So you could imagine a network like ours is under constant attack. We get cyber attacks every day. And we have the most modern AI solutions that would identify and then deflect all these attacks. These are just three major use cases. We, of course, do a lot more enabling developers by AI-assisted coding, a lot of stuff in IT operations as well, which is my home turf, in anomaly detection, log analysis, and such. So there is a lot, but of course, we also face a lot of challenges. And I think these challenges are not telco-specific anymore. What are those challenges? Primarily scaling. How do I make out of an idea a solution that will be used by millions of people? How do I make sure that I understand what data needs to be gathered, processed by my AI solutions? How do I set up an infrastructure that can run all this? How do I have the people with the right skills? These are things that keep us very busy, and I know you too. So coming back to why this day is so important and why I personally love this format so much, this gives us an opportunity all to come together and, independent from industry, independent where we work, independent what kind of customers we serve, we can have a conversation how we come to common solutions for that. So also from my end, warm welcome. I wish you a great fun and a lot of useful talks today. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Welcome.
Thank you so much. That was Ľubica, Neupauerová, and Cseresnyés. Thank you for the welcome. I'm happy that there was somebody else welcoming you as well, because that's a huge event. That's a really very nice event ahead of us. So I think there should be more and more people here on the stage. We're going to experience that. Of course, apart from what Ľubica mentioned, or who Ľubica mentioned, Cyril, Michal, we're going to hear and we're going to listen to great presentations of speakers who were invited here for you today. So before we dive into the sessions, into the keynotes, into the discussions that are ahead of us, I would like to have some interaction with you, because this is not only, events are not only one-side communication, right? So I would like to also hear from you, or have something written from you, let's say. I want to introduce you to a tool that's going to be our companion for the whole day today. And that's a tool I hope you all know well from at least the events of Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions Slovakia, and it's called Slido. So I would like you to go to your app if you have downloaded it, Slido, or to use your browser and go to slido.com and join with this QR code to this event. So if you read the QR code, you should be there. You should be in the event within Slido AI conference. So we're going to wait maybe a minute or so. I hope that you get data, or there is Wi-Fi, I think, also here in Culture Park. So that's the only thing, apart from the mobile phone in your hands, you need for Slido, for taking part in what is ahead of us. Maybe just for you who maybe don't know what Slido is, it is our interactive platform. There you can ask questions to each and every of our speaker who is going to be here today on the stage. You can participate in discussions, of course. So when we have a panel discussion, you can ask questions, because this is what is panel discussion about, right? It's for you mainly to have your questions answered. And then we're going to engage with polls and with quizzes like the one we're about to do right now. So to kick things off, let's warm up and take a fun quiz to challenge your knowledge about AI and about achievements that AI did throughout the last years. Are you ready? I hope yes. So let's see how sharp your AI knowledge is. Let's start with the first question. I hope that we've got lots of you, if not all, logged in. And the first question goes, which of the achievements is real? We're going to put it on screen so we all can see it. We've got a first question. Thank you very much. I can see that you're ready, all ready for the questions. But now we're going to take the quiz, okay? So just a second. You have still time. You can already now ask some questions if you have in your mind. So we'll just wait a few seconds for the questions, for the first question to come out here on the screen. Maybe I can say that we're going to have 3 questions, and there is not going to be like a winner, so you're not going to get the prize, but the prize is today, okay? So you are winners. All of you are winners today, because you can be here, because the seats were really limited. As you can see, I don't know if there are any free space left, so we are very happy that we can be here. Should I ask the first question? No? So we're not going to do the Slido. Sorry, just a minute. Okay, so there are some technical problems, but I promise that the quiz will be ready for you a bit later, okay? So a slight change in the program because of some technical issues, but I think that's not what we came here for, just this quiz, right? We're going to do it a bit later, so because I really want to know what you know about AI. Now, let me introduce the first speaker of this event, and this is the speaker that Ľubica already mentioned. So we are going to start, of course, with a representative of the organizer of the event, and that representative is called Cyril Sadovský. Cyril is a lead developer at Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions Slovakia, primarily focused on building Java applications. Since January this year, he has been developing AI-enabled applications in an R&D project, specifically the Advanced Coding Assistant. As the AI field is currently in constant motion, the R&D team he leads, studies, and applies the latest available insights from AI research worldwide. In addition to his professional work, Cyril maintains a blog where he explores technical and philosophical avenues. And he also published an AI study titled Theory Machine, Bridging Generative AI Creativity and Turing Machine Formality, a Proposal. Please welcome Cyril Sadovský with his talk on Human-AI Synergy, Redefining Generative AI in Strategic Planning.
So hello everyone. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Cyril Sadovský. I am a lead application developer at Deutsche Telekom. And apparently today I am here to talk to you about artificial intelligence. So intelligence itself is a really hard problem. The universe itself has been working on artificial intelligence for 14 billion of years. And for example, almost always when I leave my apartment, I forget my car keys. So apparently it wasn't quite able to solve the intelligence problem. Anyway, we have smart people. So Charles Babbage and Ada Lovelace had the first attempts at automated intelligence. This was done in the 19th century, if you can imagine that, in the 1830s. So Charles Babbage came up with his analytical engine, which was basically a mechanical computer. And then Ada Lovelace realized that the outputs from this mechanical computer that were numbers could represent different things, different symbols, for example, words, or different outputs. So it is thought that Ada Lovelace in the 19th century was actually the first software developer that ever existed in the world. Now these were very smart people and they were way ahead of their time. So for the next about 100 years nothing happened, but then came this guy, Alan Turing. He came up with the first abstract framework to think about intelligence. We call it today a Turing machine. Of course, he didn't call it a Turing machine when he invented it. But what is a Turing machine? Turing machine is basically a computer. Your smart device that you have in your pockets right now, your iPads, your laptops, everything is Turing machine. If we want to continue to talk about intelligence, we should try to define intelligence. So we have to talk about System 1 and System 2 thinking. System 1 thinking is your intuition, is your insights. It's your fundamental understanding about concepts. Your intuition is really hard to define. It's you standing in front of a refrigerator in the middle of the night. You don't know why you got there, how you got there, but you will take the snack. Anyway, there you go. This is System 1 thinking. System 2 thinking, it is deliberate, it's algorithmic, it's definable, it's transferable. This is you learning how to drive a car from a manual. And this is very important, and I will stay some time on this slide. These two systems, System 1, the intuition, and System 2, the algorithmic thinking, form a feedback loop. Imagine you are a child. You see a flame or a fire for the first time. You know, it's interesting. It moves, it flickers, it's bright. So what is your natural response if you see something interesting? Well, you will touch it. But then comes the feedback loop. Suddenly, through pain, the child realizes that it has to form a new algorithm. Meaning, if I see a flame, then I do not touch the flame. So after several attempts and several tries, the algorithmic thinking, if I see fire, don't touch, then gets ingested basically into your brain, into the child's brain. Your neurons form an intuition. And now as an adult, if I see a fire, well, I probably won't touch it. So this feedback loop feedback loop basically gives us humans and some animals the ability to create world models, effective world models from which we can basically extract value and do interesting stuff, like driving a car automatically, do plumbing, or maybe give talks about artificial intelligence like I'm doing right now. Hopefully it's useful. What does it mean from the point of intelligence automation? So we try to define what intelligence is. It's basically a feedback loop between intuition and deliberate algorithmic thinking. Now we have to talk about how to transfer this knowledge into machines. So system 2 thinking, the algorithmic thinking, is rather simple. This has been already solved by Alan Turing about 100 years ago. And system 2 thinking is a Turing machine, meaning it's algorithmic, it's computational, we think like computers. So maybe you didn't know about this, but we as human beings are also defined as Turing complete. And this is the missing piece of intelligence. System 1 thinking. What can we do from the point of machines to give them intuition? And I would argue that generative AI is the missing piece, is the system 1 thinking, the intuitive thinking. So I want to prove that to you. Let's do an experiment. Problem statement. Building a home automation system. And I deliberately chose building home automation system because I have no idea how to build home automation systems. So what do? I go to my local ChatGPT, or maybe you can use Claude from Anthropic or Gemini from Google. So I'll ask it, help me define a ubiquitous language for a simple home automation system. Now, please concentrate on the term ubiquitous language. This is very important. For your particular domain, we have to be able to define general language that is understandable by the whole company. So the AI then gives us an output. We can define a device, which is, for example, a light, a state of the device, which can be, for example, on or off, an action that can be done upon that device, so we can turn it on and off. We can define a trigger and rule, etc. And this is very important because this might seem very, like, what can we do with it? But if you have internal Wikipedia or documentation in your company, and you can extract ubiquitous language for your domain, you can then, for example, copy-paste into your Wikipedia or internal documentation these definitions, and whoever opens your internal documentation, it can be engineering staff, it can be business people, managers, we can start to define what do we in our company mean by device. Because for someone, device can be an iPad, but for us within our domain, it's, for example, a light. Now let's move a step further. So I ask, for example, ChatGPT, great. You see, I'm very encouraging. So great. Now help me define symbols or a simple syntax for these concepts that could be translated into a programming language. Now we can see here that this output for device state, action, trigger, and rule is very similar to this more human-like readable way of expressing what particular terms mean. But now we have something that is called symbols. This is kind of an abstract programming language. We can do stuff with it. Can you give me a simple example of how these symbols might be used in a home automation rule? For sure. So we have two variables or two devices. We have a light in the living room, and then we have a sensor on the front door. If we sense, if the sensor on the front door senses that the door had been opened, then the light in the living room will be turned on. So we can already see we have this abstract language with which we can define logic that everyone can understand, even machines. So this is the missing piece of intelligence from the point of view of machines. System one thinking is generative AI. Now this is very important because basically what companies do today, so imagine you are building a home automation system and you would have to hire a domain expert to give you the intuition about building home automation systems. Now you have the intuition of the whole humanity at your fingertips because things like ChatGPT, Claude, or Gemini have been trained on the whole internet. So instead of having to talk to someone with intuition about particular domain, I can use generative AI to extract useful and actionable knowledge. System one plus system two, so remember, the intuition plus Turing machines from the point of view of machines equals neuro-symbolic AI. This is an important concept that we will be hearing about a lot in upcoming months and years. This is the combination of intuition, the generative AI, and Turing machines, the computers that we already have today. This is the feedback loop. This is the capability of machines, of computers, to be able to learn interesting and, most importantly, useful and valuable stuff. So symbolic representation of extracted knowledge. On the left-hand side, you can see a screenshot of a product that we are building in Deutsche Telekom. It's a neurosymbolic product. And this knowledge graph actually represents this code right here. So meaning you can see that you can, if you have specialized symbols, you can represent the knowledge in any way you like this, or in a programming language, or in knowledge graphs like this. So knowledge graphs are they are useful because generative AI like ChatGPT, etc., can understand knowledge graphs very well. So the whole industrial revolution was about automation, extracting more value for less input. Neurosymbolic AI is actually, from my point of view, next step of this automation, continuing the industrial revolution. Remember, less input, more value. We can have streamlined communication, common language for humans and machines. We can have more precision in execution, decreased ambiguity in communication, and reliability enhancements. So, neurosymbolic AI, it is a means for building robust and reliable systems faster, basically decreasing ambiguity. We are just starting to build these products right now. Maybe you have heard about Google DeepMind's AlphaGo, AlphaFold, AlphaGeometry, AlphaProof, extremely successful products within the AI realm, and all of them are built on neurosymbolic approach. So right now, I would like to end with this post from Claudia Nemat. Claudia Nemat is an executive board member of Deutsche Telekom. Let me read it for you. The AI hype is ending, according to the media, and that would be good news. Why is that? Finally, we can focus on creating value with AI, instead of worrying about cycles, inflated expectations, or disillusionment. And I fully agree with this statement. Right now, it's time for real, honest, thorough integration engineering work within the AI realm to build neurosymbolic products and bring real value to the companies within the AI realm and bring companies to productivity with AI. This is very important from my point of view. So, if you want to know more about our approach towards neurosymbolic AI, if you want to know more how we think within Deutsche Telekom about implementing neurosymbolic AI, please scan this QR code and you will know more about the theory machine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was Cyril Sadovský from Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions Slovakia. We're not going to do the slide Q&A now, but I have a really great chance for you to meet Cyril in a few minutes in the expo zone. And this is the speakers speed dating, what I was explaining before. So you can, after the presentation, after he comes out from this room, he goes into the room on the opposite side of this building, and you can chit-chat with him. You can ask questions at around 10 minutes. Cyril, very impressive. I have one question for you before you go about this neurosymbolic AI. Is it really like a step towards artificial general intelligence?
Yes, so artificial general intelligence is something that we would define as similar to human type of intelligence. Mm-hmm. And yes, I think it's definitely a step towards human type of intelligence, as we've seen with the feedback loop. And if you go and see me, I will be here all day. I can actually show you the product that I was mentioning that we are developing and how it works internally. So basically, I will be spilling all the secrets of Deutsche Telekom.
Wow, that's a great chance. I've got goosebumps now. And one more question, because you were talking about this neurosymbolic AI as a real value for companies in the future. Can you maybe tell us how long it's going to take when we see like maybe effective integration in the companies?
So I assume, and what I know from other people, within next few months, maybe half a year, we will see first products built on neurosymbolic AI within companies. But to really proliferate throughout the market, it will take about 2 to 3 years.
That's, I think, quite fast. Thank you very much. That was Cyril Sadovský.
Thank you.
So, through the backstage, Cyril will go to the expo zone, and he's available there for you for 10 minutes now, approximately, if you have any questions. But of course, we've got another interesting speaker for you. And now we still stay in Košice. By the way, Slido is on after his presentation, so I hope that it's going to work. So keep your mobile phones handy, keep them ready with the Slido. But now, as we have seen, the achievements in AI and deep tech are really remarkable, and there is a huge research also done at the universities, specifically at the Technical University of Košice. We have Juraj Gazda with us, Vice Rector for Technology and Transfer at Technical University of Košice. Juraj Gazda is a respected expert in computer science and AI with extensive experience in academia and industry. He graduated from the Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Informatics at the Technical University of Košice. He gained international experience in Netherlands. He continued as a PhD candidate. He also had prestigious internships in Barcelona and Hamburg. He worked in the industry with companies like Honeywell Aerospace and Siemens, and he also achieved 2 significant academic milestones by earning his habilitation in 2016 and being promoted to full professor in 2021 in the field of the informatics. His research is going to talk about interests include AI in communication networks and autonomous mobility, with a focus on computer vision, edge computing, and large language models. Please welcome on stage Juraj Gazda with his talk, AI Empowering Autonomous Mobility.
So, hopefully mic is working. Okay, so dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, first of all, once again, my name is Juraj Gazda. I'm currently with Department of Computers and Informatics. So apparently I'm from the academia. So my PPT or my presentation will be a little bit different than the previous speech, right? So I believe for those who graduated from the university, you will somehow refresh your memories from the past. So before I start my talk, I would like to address 4 points. The first point is actually, I'm not, of course, the native speaker, so my English is far from being ideal, but thanks to my English teacher, Martin, he should be sitting somewhere here in the audience. Hello, Martin. I have made some progress. Many thanks for that. Second point I would like to address is the fact that the content of this talk was prepared mostly by my students, by my PhD students, by my research assistants and the others, and I'm very grateful for that. Actually, there is one very nice saying, which I really like. The success has a lot of fathers, but the failure is an orphan, which means, applying to this situation today, if the talk is successful, I'll take all the credit, of course. But if it turns out to be disaster, we can blame my students, right? This is, I believe, common agreement right now. So, third point I would like to address is the fact that I'm also thankful to the event organizers for making this event possible today. And fourth point, the research I'm going to show today is the result of the joint collaboration between our lab and mostly University of California in Irvine, Czech Technical University in Prague, and also National Institute of Technology in India. So, we are going to talk about artificial intelligence and application of the artificial intelligence in the autonomous mobility. So the agenda of today's talk is as follows. Firstly, we'll shed some light to the problem of the smart cities. Then we'll move to the autonomous mobility, which is actually the integral part of the smart city. And we will present 3 pillars, which we are currently working with. It's a leveraging of the digital twins in the autonomous mobility, application of the so-called large language models in the autonomous mobility or the autonomous driving, and also the existence of the split computing systems in the autonomous mobility. So, first of all, some graph. Of course, we all know and we have witnessed the obvious trend. Last 40 years, people are moving to the cities while rural population is getting depopulated. So everything is about the cities. And right now we know the buzzword, which is actually the smart city. And the basic determiner for the existence of the smart city is the sustainability. Sustainability in terms of renewable resources, in terms of waste management, and so on and so forth. And I believe in order to reach really the challenging targets of being sustainable, everything is about the connectivity. All devices and all machines will be in the future connected to the internet. We are talking about the internet of everything these days. And those devices will produce massive waste amount of data, which must be, of course, processed by various AI algorithms. And also, integral part of the smart city existence is definitely intelligent transportation. Right, the people who are already leaving, so I didn't want to. Yeah, so intelligent transportation, this is actually a very interesting concept, and we just pick a small part of this buzzword, and we are talking about autonomous mobility. So, what is actually autonomous mobility? According to the Society of Autonomous Engineers, they defined the so-called 7 levels of the autonomous mobility, starting with level 0, which is, of course, our legacy vehicles with no assistant on board, and we handle all maneuvers and everything which is related to the driving. Then we have level 1. This is actually the car I have, actually, where you have some adaptive cruise control, where you have lane assistant, and so on and so forth, but still you need to take care of driving. Then we have level 2, which is actually, as far as I know, equipped in Tesla vehicles, where you have some adaptive cruise control, lane control, and so on and so forth, but still you need to hold the steering wheel, actually, and you are responsible for making some maneuvers in order to avoid any accidents. Level 3, according to my best knowledge, right now level 3 is being deployed in Audi A8 cars, luxury cars, where you are not required to hold the steering wheel, but still, if there is any action needed from your side, you still need to do that. And right now, level 4 and level 5 are of most importance for us. Sorry, so maybe you will not be able to see through me. So level 4 and level 5 are of more importance for us, where actually connectivity is required. Connectivity between the vehicle and so-called edge cloud through 5G or 6G network. Level 4 is actually being deployed right now in San Francisco by the company Waymo, where we have the fleet of of taxi cabs, which are fully autonomous, but still level 4 is because we are talking here about level 4 only because those vehicles can't leave the area, some designated area where can they operate. Level 5, this is really the highest, most advanced level, where those cars can even leave the area and can travel wherever they want. So right now, I will take the liberty and show you some kind of presentation video from Toyota, where they expect or they foresee how the future market of the so-called connected autonomous vehicles will look like. Well, let's see if it works. Yesterday it was working, so... okay, so actually they foresee that each vehicle will produce 4 terabytes of data a day, and it will create a new business opportunities, a completely new market of $150 billion revenue. And all these vehicles will be connected to the edge. The edge will provide several various services to the vehicle, including route optimization, but also including the autonomous mobility assistance, and also a couple of others. Everything will be orchestrated, even traffic lights will be orchestrated through this edge in order to reduce, for example, traffic jams, and in order to reduce energy dissipations of the future electric vehicles, and so on and so forth. So therefore, the edge is the key to enable complete autonomous mobility in the future. So right now, the topics I'm going to discuss, very shortly discuss, and I would like to omit all math equations and all very difficult stuff to understand, just to make the presentation as readable as possible. So we have the digital twins, large language models in autonomous mobility, and we have the so-called split computing system. So let's move to the digital twins. I hope that we are all aware of what digital twin is, actually. It's a buzzword. I think we started to talk about digital twins 10 years ago. But we decided to leverage digital twins in the autonomous mobility using the so-called neural radiance fields. NERFs, it's an abbreviation of neural radiance fields I'm going to use, were actually invented back in the year 2020 and received the Best Invention Award by Time magazine in 2022. Long story short, actually, digital twins, NERFs, are capable of creating really trustworthy digital replicas of any environment. How can we do that? We just need some very sparse data set of the pictures, of the images of that environment taken from different poses. Then we train this NERF, and by doing that, we have the images, we have the camera poses, yes, and by training the NERF, we are able to create any novel view of that environment. So by doing that, we can create a really 3D replica of any environment, very fastly, swiftly, and easily deployed. So, and how can we leverage this information or this neural network in our autonomous mobility concept? This is the thing I'm going to present. Actually, we rely right now on the Carla simulator, which runs on Unreal Engine, but this is the actually baseline when talking about the simulators of the autonomous mobility used even by Tesla or Waymo. And this is, as far as I know, street of San Francisco, where we can see that we have some trees, constructions, smart poles, or poles in this case, commercials, advertisements, and so on and so forth. But this is really trustworthy somehow. Now, let's imagine the situation that in the morning, for example, Google will ask some Google driver to pass this street and collect some samples from this street, and then train its NERF to create really digital replica of this street. So how does it look like? This is the output from digital twin right now I'm going to present. And this has nothing to do with Carla. This is just the output from our radiance fields, NERF. So how does it look like? We see that, of course, there are some artifacts here at these advertisements that we can't, for example, see clearly the letters, what's on the top of what are on these commercials. But it's not so actually important for us that those pictures are a little bit smeared in some way. But actually, it's working, yeah, because we see that the digital replica was more or less trustworthy compared to the original street. And so how can we leverage the existence of this digital twin of the street? Let us assume we have some we have some intelligent intersection right now. We have the mobile edge computing here, server, which is located in the roadside unit. And we have intelligent vehicles and also some other participants in the traffic. What we actually suggest to do is to deploy radiant field on both vehicle and also on the roadside unit. And right now we assume that we somehow broadcast the video frames from the camera to the edge to make some computations there and send the result back. Of course, we can assume that we use, for example, H.264 codec, which is actually the state-of-the-art codec in this domain. And in order to explain you our model, we need to abstract from all the details right now, how does the H.264 codec work, but I will just mention two things. H.264 codec utilizes the so-called reference frame, which snapshots the whole scene, which is actually being seen by the camera, and then we have some delta frames, which are actually frames, consecutive frames in the time, and they capture only the delta between the actual frame and that reference frame. What we actually suggest is to completely avoid dispatching the reference frame in the H.264 codec. How can we do that? This is the question. First of all, we need to have, as I said, radiance fields on both vehicle and also the edge server. So, as we all know right now, thanks to the pose of the camera, we know how the street or intersection look like without taking into account dynamic objects, because they are, by definition, stochastic. We can't include those dynamic objects in the rendering of radiance fields. But those dynamic objects can be captured by the camera, right? Because the camera just records everything online. Then we just need to do the delta between what is actually being seen by the camera and what is actually being seen by the radiance fields, or what is rendered by the radiance fields. And these are so-called dynamic objects only, which are being encoded and sent over a 5G network to the edge server. But of course, right now we are missing the reference frame. But the reference frame can be recreated in the edge by utilizing the same radiance field here. And we just combine the reference frame together with the delta frame, decode it, and we can rebuild the whole frame in the edge. So without sending the reference frame. And by doing that, just to let you know that these reference frames, they are really data demanding, right? They really consume a lot of data when talking about H.264 codec. So how does it look like? Actually, this research was presented a couple of months ago and received a lot of attention in Japan, in Osaka, I think 3 months ago. So when doing some experimental results, I can let the video played. So we can see here the output from the Carla simulator here. We can see also the output from the digital twin, which does not encompass the dynamic objects. And here we can see how much data we can save on the network when using various resolutions of the camera, and we juxtapose our algorithm with H.264 codec. So for the low resolutions, we can gain up to 70% of data reduction on the network. And when using high resolutions, 4K resolutions, we can get 40% of the reduction. The reason why it is the trend is with high resolutions we get less percentage of the performance improvement is obvious, but it's not so important right now. But the important message, the major maybe takeover, is that our algorithm is capable of reduction of the data on the network, right? So by doing that, we can achieve really latency reduction, processing more data, which is obvious, and also fast decision making. Yeah? Because in the future we expect that the edge will also instruct the vehicle how to make some maneuvers and so on. There, the latency is a really critical aspect, and our approach can provide us with a really fast decision making. Right now, this is the first pillar I wanted to share with you. Second thing is large language model in autonomous driving. Before talking about large language models, which you are quite familiar with, like GPT and Gemini and the others, let's go through some very common things in the object detection from the frames. First one is really obvious. This is classification, which just determines whether there is particular object on the scene or not. Yes, for example, these bananas. This is typical convolutional network, for example. And this is classification problem in general. Then we have the object detection. Object detection using YOLO. Maybe some of you are familiar with YOLO already. It can detect using bounding boxes the presence of the various instances of the class. For example, in this case, banana. It can detect location of those bananas and also count the numbers of the bananas or cats or dogs on the picture. Then we have the so-called semantic segmentation. The typical representative is the UNet or SegNet network, which are quite popularly used currently in biomedical engineering. And it works on the pixel basis, so we can provide much more granular resolution. But it does not detect, for example, the number of the instances of bananas, in this case, in the picture. It does not recognize the shape or size, for example. Yeah? And last but not least, the most important thing is the so-called instant segmentation, which can be realized using, for example, the transformers. Transformers are capable of doing all those things together: presence, location, count, size, shape. So they can really extract very important features from that picture, actually. And now the question is, can we combine those information with powerful large language model, textual large language models, to make some really sophisticated instructions for the vehicle in the future, right? So we can actually combine. And it can be even done right now with GPT-4o, where you can upload the picture, and it will give you some instructions, what is actually located on the picture, and so on and so forth. Maybe you are familiar with that. The question is, can we leverage this in autonomous driving? For sure. Of course, this is a very nice picture I use all the time. We have the guy ironing some clothes on the trunk of the SUV. This situation is not very common, I would say, and couldn't be recognized by conventional detection algorithms. But we can leverage, for example, the powerful reasoning capabilities of large language model to address and to describe, for example, whether this situation is dangerous or not for the driver, for the autonomous vehicle, right? So this is the output from LAVA model. LAVA is typical multimodal model, which is capable of working or processing the pictures and giving you some textual output. And we can see that how did it describe the given scene. It's a situation on the image appears to be very dangerous. The man is standing on the back of a moving vehicle, which is not a safe place to be, of course. So, and that's exactly the problem. Why don't we have really massive, right now we can't talk about massive autonomous mobility. The problem and the major bottleneck are the long tail use cases, edge use cases, which can't be comprised in the data set, of course, and there are millions of them. For example, let's see, this is typically long tail use case, flying chair, for example. How would the autonomous mobility react on that? For example, this is also a very nice long edge use case. The guy holding the stop sign. There was an affair, I think, a year ago, here in San Francisco, when there was a guy wearing the T-shirt with a stop sign on it, and the autonomous taxi cab stopped, yeah, and it was not able to move further. So just it creates traffic jam, and everything was broken. So this is the use case which must be somehow targeted by the algorithm, right? And also lions sitting on the road, and so on and so forth. So long-tail use cases, or so-called edge use cases, must be somehow sorted out in the future. And we can leverage the powerful contextual capabilities of large language models to address this problem. So we have prepared one very naive scenario with you. Let's see, this is our campus at the Technical University. And we have applied, I think, LAVA model here. And we can see, this is my PhD student, this small Miata car is his. And we see the output from the LAVA model. Slow down. It gives you some instructions to slow down because there is a car moving to the road. And now we'll see one of my PhD students, Marek. He will jump in front of the car with the bike. And LAVA will instruct us, slow down, the person is biking on the road ahead. So we see immediately what kind of instructions we are receiving from LAVA model in this case. And of course, last scenario is stop. Pedestrians are crossing the road, so we are not able to move. So somehow we are able to combine large language models with some other additional algorithms to instruct the vehicle how to move. There is one but. Actually, I was not completely fair with you right now. That video was processed offline. If you want to have really powerful large language models on board of the vehicle, you need to have lots of GPUs on board. And that would skyrocket the price of the vehicle in the future. This is not needed, this is not required, and it's not tolerable, of course. So we need to find some additional solutions how to work with that, and the solution is edge computing. So we can somehow process those information at the edge. There we can deploy large language models or visual language models and send back the instructions. And we still need to keep the latency low, of course. So, but actually, okay, so these are kind of contributions, contextual understanding and prediction, adaptability to the edge cases, and high-level decision-making. This should be quite clear. But right now, since I'm running out of time, I would like to move to the so-called split computing problem. So as I said, we can't deploy all the time large language models on board, and we need to keep the price of the vehicle low. And for that, we need to leverage the existence of the edge. So how can we do that, actually? And of course, sorry, I forgot, hallucinations is the problem with large language models. We can't allow to have any hallucinations when talking about the autonomous mobility, otherwise we'll have a lot of accidents. So we need to also tackle or mitigate the issue of the existence of the hallucinations in the large language models. So right now, let's move to the split computing problem. Here's one picture, maybe I will try to describe it. So we have some vehicles here, and they have some sensors, right? They need to process the data coming from the sensors using some kind of UNet or SegNet neural network, where we have some input layer, we have some hidden layers, and the output layer. The problem is, what we actually suggest is to start the computation in the vehicle and then offload some intermediary features from the hidden layers towards the edge, where the computation can be finished. All these vehicles can do that, but we need to find some solution how to dynamically adjust the split point, so-called. Where do we split the computation in the vehicle, and where we do continue at the edge? So our goal is to reduction of the task latency while keeping the cost of the vehicle, and we suggest to use some kind of collaboration between the vehicles, because they can't act in a greedy way. They must somehow agree on maximizing the social surplus of the old vehicles existing in the edge. This is the key problem. They can't be greedy. Otherwise, if they are greedy, they will send everything to the edge, and our 5G network would be completely blocked. Yes, because if we are streaming the videos from 20 cameras on board, and we have 200 vehicles in a given area, our 5G network will collapse. So we need to find some solution how to mitigate this problem. And as I said, split computing is the key. So our proposal is that they need to share computational, the edge, and radio resources, 5G, or in the future 6G, in an intelligent manner. For that purpose, we use the so-called multi-agent deep deterministic policy gradient approach, which is some kind of collaborative strategy, and it belongs to the class of the reinforcement learning algorithms. This is a concept known for 20 years, but right now it's getting momentum, mostly because it can be easily collaborate with large language models. So, and we have two competitors right now. It's Edge AI, which is more or less some kind of greedy algorithm, and we have this Edge ML, which also uses some sort of, say, reinforcement learning approach. And we just submitted the paper or this research to the IEEE Transactions and Vehicular Technology, which belongs to one of the top-tier journals in the intelligent transportations, and currently we are under heavy fire from the reviewers, but let's see if we succeed with this research. But what I wanted to show you is some kind of, again, some results. Yeah? We compare our results with the baselines. This is HML, HAI, and we also plot the latency below and the accuracy of the task above. Because by doing our approach, we are losing some accuracy. Unfortunately, we have some autoencoder in order to compress the data sent over 5G, and because of that, we have some compression and we are losing some accuracy. So, how does it look like when talking about some comparison? We see that our accuracy I mean, accuracy of our task should be the best. I hope so. I hope it is the best. It's a blue curve. And also our latency is just 5 milliseconds, which is perfect, and surpasses the other baselines by a larger margin. And here's the task output. This is a segmentation problem we compared. So here's the output from the Carla simulator, allowing the segmentation computation. So that's fine, actually. The results are fine, so let's see what the reviewers will say in the future. So actually, the contribution stemming from this research is the efficient distribution of both radio. We need to distribute or schedule the radio resources and also the hardware resources at the edge. Again, we achieved a really low latency and the data reduction with acceptable accuracy loss is not so important. I didn't talk about it very much, but it's because of the existence of the autoencoders. So that's it. That's our research, actually, which we conduct. And this is our team. Mostly these guys were, I think half of these guys work with AI and healthcare, and the rest works with the autonomous mobility. And it was my pleasure to present you our research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was Juraj Gazda from the Technical University of Košice. I have to say that I'm very happy that you took us for a while to San Francisco. Yeah. Thank you very much. We got a little trip. And also what was impressive, or just a thought in my mind, that there was a man ironing the clothes over there.
Yeah.
I was wondering what would be written there, what would be the resulted text if the female was there. Just a thought.
Well, I don't know. We have to try that.
Before you go, I hope that you're going to be available for 10 minutes for the speed dating as well.
Yeah, speed dating, yeah, of course.
Yes.
Dating. Oh, my wife would agree with that, but of course, yeah. I'll
just talking, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Nothing else. I'd like to ask you about this connected autonomous mobility. If you can assume, when do you expect for it to be deployed?
Well, the major blue chip companies like Tesla or Toyota, they expect to deploy this kind of technology around the year 2030. So 6 years from now on. So it's quite close. But of course, it will be deployed in California or these kind of countries, not in Košice, I'm afraid, so soon.
So who would be the main contributors?
I think the main contributors, yeah, of course, Tesla. Baidu in China. I think it is also Toyota is quite strong in this research. And also Volkswagen, I think, started some initiative in here.
Thank you very much. That was Juraj Gazda, Technical University of Košice.
Thank you very much.
So again, if you have any questions, you can ask Juraj in a while in our expo zone within this speed dating stand. And also, I think I can tell you that we're gonna see and hear Juraj later on in the block number 3 of today's conference within the discussion. And now is the time to have the Slido. I hope that we are ready. So refresh it in your browser and please join the quiz. We're gonna wait a few minutes or a minute, about a minute for as many of you to join as possible. So let's go. There are 3 not hard questions. You can guess. Maybe you know. If you are a real AI enthusiast, I think you're gonna answer all the 3 correctly. So I'm really, really curious on how deep your knowledge about AI is. 35, 38 people still joining, so we're gonna wait a bit. There are around 200 seats here, so I think we can wait a bit more. 60, 61. I'm very happy that it works, and also that data or Wi-Fi works, so you can take the opportunity to test your knowledge about AI. And the questions are really very, very interesting. So we'll do a kind of a research on how it looks like here within this room. regarding the AI knowledge. Oh, and I have to say also hello to those who are watching us online. I forgot to do this within my introduction, so hello. And I think that you can also join online within this slide, so you can try it as well with us. 89, 91, so we still have more. And let's start. Which of these AI achievements is real? An AI that writes best-selling novels, an AI that has developed its own language, or an AI that can predict the future? So which is the correct answer? It happened in 2017. And what exactly happened? Yes, most of you know. So an AI has developed its own language. Specifically, Facebook's chatbots created a new language in 2017 that wasn't understandable to humans, but it was leading to a project to be shut down. So 63% in this room know the correct answer, and I'm very happy for that. AI has started creating art that sells for thousands of dollars. Which of the following did an AI actually produce? A portrait sold at auction, a sculpture displayed in the Louvre, or a graffiti mural in New York City? So which one is correct? A portrait that sold for $432,500 at auction, and that's really, really great and amazing. In 1218, an AI-generated artwork titled Portrait of Edmond de Bellamy was auctioned off at Christie's for that amount, shocking the art world. Most of you, again, the correct answer. Great. And now about the third question. Which of these fashion-related tasks has AI successfully performed? Designing a full clothing line showcased at New York Fashion Week, predicting future fashion trends with over 90% accuracy, creating a virtual model that has millions of followers on Instagram. So I can see that you follow her. I can see that you follow Lil Michaela. So she's a virtual influencer powered by AI, and she have gained massive followings on social media, blurring the lines between reality and virtuality. Most of you were correct. Thank you very much for taking this quiz. And there is a winner, ML. So we can see who was the best and also the fastest one in answering all those questions. So thank you. Big applause for all of you. And don't be worried, we've got more interactive activities within Slido ready for you later on. So be ready with the Slido and be ready also with the questions, because I think that now we've got a speaker that we can give a chance to Slido also here within Q&A for you to ask her. So these were people before that standing here on the stage talking about findings and developments from Košice. And it's really crazy how far we've gone right here in the city, in the region, with the development and education of the people we've got here, of employees. And I can see this eagerness they have within the AI and within development of new softwares and new ideas coming into the world. And did you know that such a company like US Steel Košice, I hope that all of you know this metallurgy company, it was before maybe more or less took just like a heavy industry, but they are actually using 15 models of various forms of artificial intelligence. So also US Steel is coming their way, and I would say it's also becoming a kind of a leader. And this is all done from Košice, and I think that deserves a big applause. And now, as we explored Košice, let's go a bit further, shaping the future and technology. I am thrilled now to introduce our next speaker, who embodies the spirit of innovation and mentorship. Pavlína Louženská is a lead mentor in Google for Startups for Europe and Africa and various other accelerators. She co-founded Holmeckis Marketingu and Holmeckis Businessu, educational platforms that have gained 20,000 plus people. She founded Trendbrews, forecasting consulting for Fortune 500 companies. She's a startup advisor focused on early stage companies. She regularly sends a newsletter on society and technology, pavlinaspeaks.substack.com, and her thoughts on the future have been published by Wired, TED, or also Forbes. We are really incredibly fortunate to have Pavlína here with us today because she will offer us her invaluable perspective on how to continue with the growth and innovation in the dynamic field, not only within AI. Pavlína will guide us through the most pressing challenges and therefore opportunities for us that trend forecasters believe will shape the world by 2030. Please join me in welcoming Pavlína Louženská to the stage with her talk, What Lies Ahead, Trends and Future.
Thank you, Olivia, and thank you, everyone. I'm really, really happy to be on stage. I can't see my slides. Yes, thank you. Let's start with an exercise. You know, you have been sitting here for a moment, so let's raise hands. Can you raise a hand if you have at least one plant in your house? Okay. Keep it up if you have more than 3, more than 10. If your house looks like this. Okay. What if I could tell you that I could have predicted how many of you will raise their hands already in 2016. That's exactly what trends forecasting agency WGSN did when they released a report saying that Monstera will become the iconic plant for the young generation, you. It was, can I ask the directors if I can see the slides here, because I can't. Thank you. So, what is said also in that report, that they can predict the future 7 years ahead with 95% certainty. And they were right. In the past few years, they were able to predict the fact that we will like ramen, that I am going to take my flat white with oat milk, that we are going to listen to podcasts, that recently we have ditched skinny jeans for white jeans, and that I'm using Korean skincare or listening to K-pop. For a long time, we could sit on the beach and look at the trends as if they were waves, and we could see the storm ahead. We could say, hey, every 7th wave is bigger, and so. Are you expecting a but? Yes, there is a but. So, for now, we can only predict the future 12 months ahead with 80% certainty. What has happened? In the last 50 years, we had the same technological acceleration as the 200 years before. So your feeling that the world is faster is not a feeling, it's a fact. And every technology has the faster adoption than any technology before. It took Netflix years to achieve, to get 1 million users. It took ChatGPT days and Threads hours to acquire that number. So if we are looking at that speed of acceleration, it is no wonder that our kids, 65% of our kids, will work jobs that don't exist yet, that we can't name yet. So what we see now more and more is that instead of sitting on that beach peacefully and looking ahead, we are in the middle of the storms. And there are hypes and trends, and everything is coming at us, and we don't know where to look, because everything somehow seems valuable. And 1 year you would have metaverse and NFT on a hype cycle, and the next year they're nowhere to be seen. And we are looking at it, and we are like, how could we make sense of it? And it is very difficult for us, because we don't have a language for it. I can very much say what generation you come from if I ask you if you do your how do you do your shopping? And you answer, oh, I do it online or I do it offline. Because the younger generations, they don't distinguish those. They were born into a world that was naturally online and offline. That's why they are called digital natives, the Gen Zs. And so for them to exist in the blend between online and offline is very much natural. For example, an average member of Gen Z has 6 different Instagram accounts, and then the accounts in Roblox and Fortnite and Discord and everywhere else. And they are naturally jumping between those, and that is something we don't do, that we don't behave. I have a favorite Austrian philosopher. He's called Wittgenstein, and he says, you can't think about something if you don't have a word for it. And we often try to think about the future without having the words for it. And I think that's why we tend to call everything AI, but that will be very soon gone. If I did a drinking game in the past year at every conference I attended and got a shot every time AI was mentioned, I would be very, very drunk by 7 a.m. in the morning. And I think you too. And if we look at the number of, for example, AI startups now, it's 8 out of 10 startups that were accepted to Y Combinator, the biggest, most prestigious accelerator in the world. Everything is AI nowadays. So one of my predictions for the future is that we will very soon stop using the word AI, and we will just, face the fact that it is part of everything. We can't have a discussion about any industry without mentioning it, so let's stop mentioning it, let's just face it, we are there. And if we look at also the speed of acceleration, it is no wonder that our kids usually surpass us at 8 years old. They're better than us at technology at 8 years old. So they will be actually guiding the light, and they will be using the language that we don't have anymore. What all this means? The rate of change like this makes future extremely hard to predict. And especially when it comes to technology, it's almost impossible to predict the future. And we are historically bad at it, predicting the future. Scientific American, a prestigious journal, published an article in 1909 saying there is no other possible development in automobile industry. And 30 years later, we had this Porsche. By the way, you can buy it, this Porsche. It's on sale. It's the last one. And, and 100 years later, we have those Teslas driving us and autonomous vehicles that Juraj was talking about. So I think what we can look at is not how technology will change, but how the world will change. Because no matter what technology we will have, it will be shaped by the world around us. One of my favorite metaphors for this is a kid sitting in a classroom. And you can look at the kid and you can say, he's smart, he's stupid, he's good at math, he's good at reading, or not. What if we change the environment? If you let the kids learn in classroom with natural light, their reading results would be 26% better. If you lower the temperature in the classroom and it's not so hot, their math test results will be 14% higher. If you allow them to use flexible seating, their focus will be 70% higher. So no matter what we think about technology, it will be shaped by the world around us. For me, technology is just a tool that is shaped by our needs, the world's needs, and our business needs. 2/3 of the CFOs are currently prioritizing new growth opportunities. So my presentation is about where could we find growth and make the world a better place at the same time. So let's look at the 3 biggest megatrends that I see in the future for us and that we can prepare for. 9 billion people will live on this planet by 2030. It's a massive change compared to where we are now. For example, India, by 2030, it will become the 3rd biggest market. Every day, 1 million people are born in India. And if you compare today and 2030, it's a 46% increase in population. By 2050, 25% of world's population will live in Africa. By 2030, we will have 1 billion consumers in China. And of course, that will mean that we will have very different spheres of influence. We already have them. For a long time, we as trend forecasters, we could look at Western Europe, we could look at America, and we could be quite sure that the trends are coming from there. You know, Elvis Presley, jeans, whatever. Nowadays, we had to completely change focus. And whenever I'm looking at what's coming for us, Korean skincare, ramen, I'm looking at a different direction. I'm looking at a completely different way. And the same goes for technology. Recently, Google for Startups relocated their offices. They closed down their offices in London and relocated them to Kenya. I am a lead mentor for African startup in Google. And what we see is the level of innovation that we don't see anywhere else over there. And I think if they were allowed to sort out their political problems, they were become a powerhouse in that. And if you look at also the, for example, R&D budgets of Asian companies or Southeast Asian companies, it's immense and it's comparable. So what we are going to see is that facts that we relied on will change very quickly. More than half of the world's top science clusters are currently in Europe. But if we are reading, for example, that EU's report on competitiveness that was just released, we will see that we are losing that competitiveness edge and that we are losing that innovation. And that will lead to more and more tensions. So what we are often looking at is something called polycrisis, when there's not one world's crisis, but like 20 of them happening at the same time. And if you look at the forecasts of the important stakeholders of the European tech ecosystem, we see that the geopolitical instability or competition from US and China are actually stronger than, for example, the lack of funding and recession. So what do you prioritize for business in that sense? You look at resilience. How could we become resilient? This is the question that everybody will be asking. How could we protect ourselves, both when it comes to security and cybersecurity? And how could we thrive in this changing world? So it will be both keeping our position in play, but at the same time, how could we innovate? How could we actually keep our speed of innovation? How could we keep ourselves competitive? And that will be the first kind of question and priority in business. Second one, every fourth European will be over 65 years old by 2030. Our population is aging. Already by 2030, we expect the ratio of the working population and retired people to double towards the retired people. And it is not because we are living longer, but also because of those huge investments that we are doing into health, that are going into healthcare. We are going to be more and more productive. So what was true about 65-year-olds 20 years ago is definitely not true now. Did you know that 40% of 65-year-olds have sex regularly? Did you know that 49% of them lead active lifestyles? And according to a recent Google study, 61% of them are very confident when it comes to technology. So I think it's the high time we ditched our idea of those like old grandmas that are only baking koláčky and, you know, thinking about how to make their grandchildren happy. And also, one of the things that we will be concerned about is when it comes to aging population, will be not only how could we incorporate them, how could we serve them better, but also how could we take care of our people. Already 1/3 of the people would let AI take care of their aging parents without any oversight, without actually overlooking it. And I think that's such a big opportunity for us when it comes to technology. Another huge opportunity are, for example, any products that are designed for those. 25% of 55-year-olds plus wear wearables. And it's not because they don't want to, but have you ever tried operating your Apple Watch with a shaking hand? It is almost impossible. And therefore, we are not serving them right. Also, a recent Apple Heart study found out that the Apple Watches were only tested, among the testers, were only 6% of people who were 65 plus. So if you are actually giving your grandmother Apple Watch to maybe look at her possible heart failure, she is not getting the right data. She is not getting the right results because it was not tested on her. So we are actually forgetting, with our obsession with youth, we are actually forgetting that. And I think this is one of the biggest missed opportunities in business, that we are just focused only on the youth. So for me, one of the biggest opportunities is definitely diversity. And it's not only diversity in product and service offering, but it's also diversity in our teams. By 2030, there will be 5 generations in the workplace and 6 generations present on the consumer market. What it means that we will be thinking more and more how to make our teams diverse. And it will be worth it. According to Harvard Business Review, diverse teams are 140% more successful when it comes to innovation. So being able to actually handle all those generations in the workplace will be worth it. And the last one, I can't talk about the future without climate change. The temperature will grow, and with that, we will see the decrease. It is expected by IMF that by 2050, the global GDP will go down by 3%, and the profits of the companies will go down by 19%. And it will not be only because it will be too hot for us to work, but also because of all those supply chain disruptions. Let's look at it. We already see it now. The fact that we are now obsessed with hydration, you saw those Stanley Cups everywhere, is because it's getting hotter and we are thirsty. IKEA recently launched a series of cooling blankets and they were instantly sold out. Is your family suddenly considering maybe taking a vacation in Norway? It's not a surprise. This is exactly what is happening. And it's not happening only with the consumers, but it's happening with the global market. With all the profits will decrease because of all those disruptions on supply chain and material chain. I will explain. With the climate change, what we'll see more often are floods, tornadoes, and things like that. And what was true for last 60, 100 years is not true now. And you know, we could say every 100 years there is a big flood. No, every 20 years there is going to be a big flood. So what we are seeing now is that everybody is becoming super obsessed with data and like understanding the data in real time so they can react to all those kind of big swans that are happening. Also understanding the data for the predictions. So I think this will be one of the biggest things that the clients will be asking for. And there will be huge changes in the business. 1.2 billion people will be displaced due to climate change by 2050. And it will, for example, touch Bangladesh. Bangladesh is currently second biggest exporter in fashion industry, so it will need to move somewhere else. So our clients will be thinking how to already operate with this, how to change the ways they operate business, how to, for example, deal with the fact that we are running out of wood. So for me, the priority for the business is definitely data and understanding the data on all sides, having every person in the business access to data and being able to make those decisions faster than ever. And last but not least, I can't talk about the future without technology and how the acceleration is going to influence it. I think I'm not the only one who's obsessed with AI agents. PwC expect $15 billion to bring for companies in revenue. And if we look at the advanced trend forecasting companies, they are seeing that this is going to change the world immensely. And no wonder businesses are looking for automation and speeding the processes. And we already see a lot of companies employing those things. For example, Klarna replaced their marketing team recently with AI. But again, it's coming back to that idea that AI is something different and then the rest of our life is different. It's going to be part of everything and not only filling the reports for the CEO, but also maybe finding the shoes and finding the best girlfriend. You know, if already 80% of global traffic is bots, then let's utilize it. And what we are seeing, for example, Tinder recently launched Wingman, something that is doing the conversation for you. So you don't need to actually have a conversation with that girl you met. And I think very soon they will be releasing the fact that it will be swiping for you. So I think this is more and more getting into that. And we will see that more and more applied on the global epidemic of loneliness and depression and anxiety. Little Michaela was part of your test, and it is that. But we so often forget when thinking about the future and all that, like how optimistic we are about the future and how fast we need to change. We forget about the reality. You know, my father is a COBOL programmer, and he's the most headhunted programmer I know. And it is because we are still in there. We are also tend to forget people who are digitally excluded. One fifth of Czech population is at high risk of digital exclusion. So no wonder that we are kind of reaching the plateau when it comes to adoption of innovation, because we were collecting those low-hanging fruits, and suddenly we are facing the reality that somehow it's not possible on the other side. So I think we will need to prioritize more and more potential business cases for people who are overlooked, who are not only living in the future, but who are in there. So for me, prioritizations are something I called ozempification, so cutting costs, being more effective, but also stabilizing our businesses, making sure that we are not running so fast that we will stumble and fall. So last one, what do the stakeholder wants? They are definitely prioritizing the same thing they are prioritizing always. The costs, cost cutting, the growth, and the profits. And I think AI is there to change. And while it's here to change, to make the profits better and the costs lower, we can also change the world in order to make it a better place if we utilize the technology in the right direction. And last note, if I was sitting in the audience and thinking what would be the priority for me as a person, I would be always choosing adaptability, how flexible I can be. Because this is a way how we can make the room around us better and how we can make it work for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was Pavlína Louženská, trend forecaster, Google for Startups lead mentor, startup advisor. I have to say it was eyes-opening, at least for me. By the way, I have to say two notes from my side. Korean skincare is a real game changer, I have to say. Just look at me. And then, how do you do your shopping?
I tend to stay online, yes. I'm that generation.
Yeah, me as well. Okay, I think we have some time for slide view, so if you have any questions, please ask, and you are doing so thank you very much. How is AI going to influence human interactions? You told us a bit about humans, so how it's going to be, maybe can you predict?
There is one thing I haven't mentioned, and I find it very fascinating. And whenever you see as a trend something happening like everywhere, then you always see the opposite coming in. So we are now fascinated with everything that comes to AI and technology and all those advancements. What we see more and more among consumers and among companies is this radicalization against it. We are not going to use it. We are not going to utilize the chatbots. We see, for example, Gen Z suddenly buying those dumb phones like the Nokia and Motorola Razr. Everybody is nostalgic towards the time before we actually were connected to the internet nonstop. We see more and more all those like kind of, I call it like Amish communities popping up, like people who decide not to be part of that future. And we see a huge pushback. So I think this will be kind of like both ways. In some ways, we will have clients that will be paying premium for having it solved by an AI bot, and then we will have clients that will be paying premium for the opportunity to go to the bank, have a cafecito, and talk to the assistant in there.
I think there is a kind of a balance we want to keep,
yes,
right, in this. There is a question, a very interesting one. With consumer behaviors constantly evolving, how can businesses remain agile and responsive to shifting trends? And if I can just react, I remember from your talk, diversity maybe as the top condition and also cutting costs, right?
For me, it's really adaptability. So I'm, for example, currently working for Czech government, and we are identifying the black swans and what could be the different scenarios possibility. And it is something what we can do in businesses. So what we look at is usually not this one version of future, but we have like different versions of future, and we also have different versions of reactions towards it. So if we see, for example, that consumers will become more obsessed with, I don't know, sustainability, we know what we will do. If we see that the consumers will be more affected by inflation, we will know what to do. So I think this is kind of a smart thing what to do in general for companies, because I think then the further details depend on what type of company you are.
Okay, thank you. And one more thing about the environment, and this really huge topic these days. Are there any specific innovations or trends in environmental challenges that you find particularly promising?
So there has been, like, if I look at it from the investment standpoint, and if I look at the data from the investment standpoint, everybody's talking about energy and how to use energy efficiently. And of course, like later during the day, we will be talking about the importance on computational power and all that energy that we will need in order to do all that innovation that we want to. So I think there will be a lot of discussion about how could we be more sustainable when it comes to that.
And when it comes to investments, are they really like laying the groundwork for sustainable long-term growth?
What do you mean?
Like if we invest now, are we sure that it's going to be sustainable, right? The business, the startup, the field we invest in it.
I think, you know, the kind of core of my presentation is that you can never be sure. It's like, I think that's the thing. You can never be sure. You're betting on the best you can. You're playing the hockey match the best you can today. And I think that's what we're all doing now. And if we look back, there were so many predictions. There were so many bets that we did wrong. I think, you know, I was one of those people who said metaverse is going to mean something, you know. So I confess there is a possibility that, but I think what we are doing is like looking at as much data as possible, as much behavior as possible, and trying to say, okay, this is the chance.
We're trying our best, and I think that the researchers and everybody here is doing their best to succeed. Thank you very much. That was Pavlína Louženská.
Thank you.
One more remark. Are you staying with us for a speed dating?
I am staying with you for speed dating, and I want to answer one question that I always get: where do I get all the data? So if you are looking for any specific number I set, and you are looking for source, don't worry about hitting me either on LinkedIn or finding me here, and I will send you the study, the resource.
Thank you very much, Pavlína Louženská. So, the speed dating is on still in the Expo Zone, also with other side activities you can try. And I'm telling you this because a coffee break is ahead of us. And by the way, did you know that AI is even trying to perfect our coffee? So let's test it, because it really, these algorithms, they are optimizing the beans and the brewing time and everything, though. So that's crazy that AI is already also connected to our coffee. Let's take a well-deserved break. Let's have a snack. Let's chat with our fellow attendees here. And let's try the side activities, because they are ready just for you. Don't forget to ride Tesla or Mercedes-Benz cars. Thank you very much, and we'll see each other in around 30 minutes. so I hope you all enjoyed your coffee. I can see that few of you are still enjoying the coffee outside, but this is something that I think many of us were looking for today. It's time for a real treat of today. I'm thrilled to introduce our next keynote speaker, Henry Ajder, a leading authority in the world of AI and synthetic media. Henry is a world-leading expert recognized as one of the top 15 AI speakers globally and honored as a generative AI power player by the Financial Times Sifted publication. His research has influenced AI legislation across the UK, the US, and India, and his pioneering report, The State of Deepfakes, was the first to map the opportunities and also threats of generative technologies. His expertise has shaped frontier AI programs at MIT, the Partnership of AI, and Sensity AI, and he also advised top organizations like Adobe, Meta, and the World Economic Forum. He also has acclaimed BBC documentary series, The Future Will Be Synthesized. His insights are widely sought after, with appearances on CNN, Bloomberg, BBC News, and also contributions to the, for example, New York Times. Henry's distinguished public speaking includes keynotes for McKinsey, for Louis Vuitton, for Citibank, and for major conferences like the World AI Summit. Get your slide ready, because we're going to do the Q&A session afterwards for all those questions you've got already now, I'm sure, in your head. And please join me in giving a warm welcome to Henry Ajder and his talk, Why AI is Not Business as Usual.
Okay, dobry dzień. Lovely to be here. Hello, everyone. We've got a lot to get through today. 40 minutes feels like a long time, but when you've got as much going on in this space as there is, we need to get a move on. I'm also going to try and not get in the way of the screen, because there's lots of visuals and lots of things to look at in this talk. So, yes, my name is Henry Ajder. I've been working on generative AI, synthetic media, and deepfakes for the last 7 years. I refer to my work as AI cartography. And today I want to give you a sense of why this technology isn't business as usual, as Livia kindly said, and what you should be paying attention to now, and what is coming down the pipeline, both in terms of positive uses as well as threats. So, headlines like these, I'm sure you're all familiar with in the news at the moment. A lot of excitement, a lot of promise, a lot of people playing up how much this technology is going to change the world for the better. You know, generative AI is the next creative revolution, things like this. But I'm sure you're also familiar, perhaps, with headlines that have a little bit of a different tone around deepfakes, which is a much more controversial topic. And as you can see, the headlines have a very different tone. They have a very different kind of nature, a lot more scary, a lot more sinister, about the truth going to die, about trust in everything going to disappear. But whilst these two headlines, or two groups of headlines, have very different kinds of tones, they're really talking about the same baseline technology. And that is the outputs of what generative AI or AI-generated media works with, which is synthetic media, either partially generative or entirely generative content, whether that's images, audio, video, extended reality, metaverse experiences, you know, voice audio, music, bird sounds, you name it. And some of you might be thinking, well, okay, this is all very exciting, but haven't we seen this before? I mean, you know, when cameras were invented, all of a sudden, the amount of miracles that started to appear dropped, but then when Photoshop was invented, they all started to rise again. Same here when it comes to how we've seen other technological revolutions of the past. This is a propaganda poster, so to speak, around the advent of electricity from the States. People kind of saying we're all going to be strung up in wires, it's going to be all terrible, but we're fine. So, you know, haven't we seen this kind of hype cycle, this fear cycle before? And actually, indeed, you know, much of our world is already synthetic. You know, Photoshop, older than me, it's been around for a long, long time and has become significantly more powerful and significantly more immersive and more subtle in the way that it can manipulate media, particularly in the audiovisual space. Commercials, by the same token. You know, a lot of the media we consume in advertising and marketing content is, you know, airbrushed to death. Whether it's this advert of Natalie Portman, which was banned because it made her eyelashes look longer than the mascara actually could, or making, unappetizing burgers look marginally less unappetizing. We also have smartphone photography. Now, I'm sure many of you take photos and maybe use filters on them. And when you don't take photos with filters on, you say, no filter. But really, every single smartphone in the pockets in this room will be using computational photography to shape and fundamentally change the quality and nature of the images it captures. Whether that's a Pixel, whether that's an iPhone, whether that's a Huawei Mate phone, all of these different phones have different algorithms that fundamentally change the kind of photo that you're taking. And they also have features like portrait mode, which use AI to effectively kind of shape and smooth the quality to make it look like you've been taking it on a professional DSLR. And also, of course, lots of wonderful kinds of filtering and effects you get on places like TikTok. Movie magic, again, a concept that's been around for a long time and is really the token of how Hollywood works. Whether it's Oliver Reed in Gladiator, the first example really of synthetic resurrection. He died during filming, and they recreated him for the final scenes with Russell Crowe using painstaking CGI processes. And indeed, again, we may not be believing that this guy is an actual cyborg, but we go into arenas in the cinema, on Netflix, at our TVs, where we accept synthetic media as part of that experience. And of course, autocorrect and the Grammarly effect. This idea that text has only been synthetic in the realm of ChatGPT and the like is just not true. Whether it's autocorrect, whether it's things that try and help you improve the clarity of what you're saying, the style of how you're speaking over emails, these tools have really changed the way that we interact with writing and the way that we interact with also reading other people's writing. So, what is it that's different this time about the generative AI moment that we're in? What is it about this technology which is so significant and is such a departure from what has been seen before? These kinds of examples, I think, give you a hint that this is something which is quite profoundly different. And I want to give you 3 key reasons as to why this is such a significant moment. First of these is the realism of the outputs that can be generated. Now, I'm sure some of you are familiar with this image of, Balenciaga Pope, the Pope with drip, as the kids would say, fooled hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people online into thinking that he had upgraded his wardrobe quite substantially. Completely AI generated, but was very effective in deceiving large numbers of people. And similarly, AI generation, image generation tools are just becoming significantly more realistic. But it also goes for video. Some of you might be familiar with the Deep Tom Cruise project on TikTok, these viral videos of an impersonator of Tom Cruise with his face swapped over him, again, routinely fooling millions of viewers online around the world. Whether it's voice audio or these other kinds of mediums, these tools and this technology is enabling a level of realism that previously either wasn't possible or was exceptionally difficult to achieve with more traditional means. Second area is efficiency, i.e. how easy it is or how intensive it is to actually create this kind of media. Now, on the left, we have another example of what we call synthetic resurrection. This is Carrie Fisher, as I'm sure many of you know, the actress behind Princess Leia. And she also died a few years ago, and Disney, as a tribute, wanted to recreate her for one final scene in Star Wars Rogue One. And so the example on the left was created by ILM, that's Disney's kind of expert VFX team. This took them months of painstaking click-by-click, frame-by-frame reconstruction of that face, using the most expert employees of ILM and arguably hundreds of thousands of dollars of wages and costs in terms of equipment. And the example on the right was created by one guy in less than a week in the proverbial mum's basement, right, on a gaming PC. So the quality, in my view, is as good, if not slightly better. A real change in the amount of resourcing that's required and the amount of time that's required to create realistic synthetic content. Same goes for VALL-E 2. This is a model released by Microsoft for voice cloning. 3 seconds of voice audio of anyone in this room, it can create a realistic voice clone of you for text-to-speech applications, which has been found in studies to have parity with human speech. Microsoft haven't released this model because they're worried about the implications of doing so, but the technology exists even if it's not widely available. But arguably the most important reason, I think the reason we're all really here actually today and why this has captured everyone's interest and imagination is the accessibility of this technology now. It's a democratization of AI into the hands of everyday people, smaller businesses. What was once the preserve of Hollywood elites, of industry research labs, of the top academic researchers in the world, again, is now on the smartphones in your pocket. And this tool, for example, HeyGen, is for creating AI avatars. And again, all it needs is a few seconds of video, a few seconds of voice audio to create an avatar like this one, where I definitely needed to shave. But I created this for my students on the Cambridge course that I teach. And let's see if you think it's up to scratch. Oh, it'd be good if we had audio. Can we get some audio? Yeah. Oh. Oh, okay.
Generative AI is improving rapidly, but is it good enough to create a convincing avatar of me for meetings that could have been an email? I'll let you decide.
So I played this to my parents, to my brothers, to my friends, and all of them were like, that's clearly fake. But to the people that didn't know me so well, I created a side-by-side of this, of me actually saying the same thing, and many of them still couldn't tell which one was which. So again, the fact that I can do this in my lounge in a few moments with a subscription of $40 shows just how quickly this space has moved. And so again, you might be thinking, well, okay, we've seen a lot of tech hype cycles over the last few years. We've seen a lot of people getting excited about the metaverse, about crypto, NFTs, and all these things haven't really delivered on the promises that people made. And I would say that you're right to be skeptical, and there is hype around generative AI. There is a lot of noise. There are a lot of people saying it can do things it can't. But the key distinction, as you can see here, is the actual current utility of the technology compared to some of those other hype cycles. The gap is much smaller. And this is where I think we're going to see, as we go on in this presentation, much more in the way of applications that are making a difference right now, as opposed to promises of future value. And the progress really is dizzying in terms of all modalities, again, audio, video, images, but particularly in images. This is from Midjourney, very well-known, popular text-to-image generation tool. And you can see here the progress that's been made in 2 years across 6 iterations of their model. It was kind of fuzzy, slightly surreal messes that you could create back in 2022. Now, it looks incredible. It looks like it's been made in an expert game engine, and indeed in some contexts is hyper-realistic, indistinguishable from real photography. And the adoption is exponential. ChatGPT, fastest growing consumer app of all time, 5 days to reach 1 million users. It recently just reached 200 million active users. Technically, actually, Threads, Meta's kind of Twitter clone, was as fast, but I don't really count it because no one uses it anymore. And in terms of not just adoption, but also the spread of this content out into the wider world, it's also been astonishing. So back in 2019, I authored the first piece of research mapping the landscape of AI-generated content online. And there was a notable finding in that report, which was the amount had doubled since 2018. And that doubling was from about 7,500 pieces of content to just under 15,000. Fast forward to August of last year, 15 billion images had been generated across just the 5 or 4 top tools for image generation. The prediction is by 2030, we're going to have 300 billion AI-generated images in circulation and having been created by both professional users, but also by hobbyists and everyday people. So we're being flooded with this content. It is everywhere now. And the speed at which it's kind of injected itself into our digital lives is unprecedented. But we're only really in the foothills of this moment. This is really early days. And when you're working in the AI space, 2 weeks can feel like a year. But when we're looking at this in terms of other technological advances, such as computational hardware memory, we can see some of the kind of parallels, which is that was what 5 megabytes looked like in 1956. You'd need 4 people to load it onto a truck. And in 2019, a terabyte could fit on your fingertip. That's now up to 5 terabytes, by the way. So in the space of about 60 years, there has been an 800,000 times improvement in the amount of data that you can contain on your fingertip than you could load onto a truck. Now, AI isn't computational hardware. They do abide by different kinds of laws. But I guess what I want you to try and remember is we're about, 5, 6, maybe 7 years into this kind of real paradigm shift we've got a long way to go. And I want you to think what the 5 terabytes on your fingertip moment is going to be for generative AI in about 50 years' time. And off the back of this, we are seeing predictions of a new generation, a new era of wealth creation, of productivity, of gains for business and society. You know, 4.4 trillion predicted by McKinsey to be added to the global economy. I think that was again by about 2030. Huge kind of excitement and promise. And the way I like to think about this and this moment with synthetic media, with generative AI, is a bit like the Industrial Revolution, but for digital content creation. Just like the Industrial Revolution allowed us to create at mass, at scale, physical objects, units, machinery, products, generative AI has had a similar impact in terms of radically scaling the amount of stuff that we can make. And as we'll get on to, that can be for better or indeed for worse. So I hope that gives you a bit of a sense as to why this is a significant moment, why this technology is worth paying attention to and is not just another hype cycle. And I want to go now through some of the areas where we are seeing real impact right now, doing what I call AI cartography. Now, at the moment, it really does feel like doing cartography or map making in a sandstorm. This space is moving so fast. The amount of companies that are coming and going, the fields that are emerging is really overwhelming, to be honest, even for me. But we can still look at key areas where, again, impact is being felt right now, not just speculatively promised. So one of those is the space of knowledge work, and this is where large language models really do come in. And again, I'm sure as many of you know, ChatGPT is the most popular, or one of the most popular, but there are many other different models out there, all of which have relative strengths, weaknesses, and specialisms. And these are being deployed not just in terms of generating text, prompting for summaries or reports, but they're also being used in really interesting ways to extract information from large pieces of text. So a good example being contract writing, like the State Department in the US are using, taking massive documents of 300, 400 pages and asking them to pull out the key information for you to access. And the quality of the outputs that these tools can generate is really quite impressive. Passing the bar exam in certain contexts in states in the US again, being used to summarize bills by Politico, a very well-known and respected political publication, in ways that their users and their readers are enjoying and finding valuable. And indeed, this is something that is being used a lot of the time. I'm not going to ask you to raise your hands in case it gets you in trouble, but a lot of people are using these tools in their day-to-day lives, in their work contexts. And maybe there's some sense of stigma about using these tools in knowledge work contexts, but that's not changing the fact that they are being used. But beyond the kind of knowledge work side of things, in terms of the more general business operations back end, we're also seeing some really interesting applications starting to be deployed. For example, EY, who I advise, have spent a huge amount of money and investment into using these tools to do enhanced fraud detection. Normally, if you're doing forensic accounting for a big business, you don't look at every single transaction. There's too many of them. You take a sample, and then you infer from those samples. Whereas with these tools, they can now start to actually look at every single transaction and use these tools and their ability to find connections between transactions to get a much better picture and a much safer picture of a company's accounts. You also have this slightly strange example here from Lumi, which is an example of using AI agents between two organizations to actually negotiate a contract. So technically speaking, no human would need to be involved in the drafting of that contract. The only human involvement, technically, would be to sign the dotted line. I wouldn't advise that to be the only human involvement, based on some of the challenges that these models still face with hallucination and errors. But nonetheless, tools that in the law space, in the back end of business, are being used to great effect. I should say as well, Goldman Sachs has had great success deploying a specific AI assistant to their brokers and financial service providers to avoid effectively having to go through the maze of a massive organization to find one particular piece of information. So these tools are having a real impact, and investments are paying off for some companies. We also have the space of sales and marketing. Now, these tools, when it comes to text, are perfectly designed for basically making the process of drafting copy much more efficient. Whether that's for SEO optimization, understanding which keywords to use, what phrases to use that are going to be of most benefit, all the way through to pitch decks. A friend of mine is a bid manager for a company in facilities management. He writes pitches and proposals. And he's been using this tool and has been winning way more contracts since he started using it. Again, his employer doesn't know, and I'm not going to name him. And so, in the context of marketing, understanding audience tone, understanding the phrases that are going to, hit high on Google's indexing, these tools are really, really powerful. We also have a space which is being arguably the most impacted, in my view, and that's coding and software development. Now, one of the earliest generative AI tools to have the most impact was a tool from GitHub, which is a platform for sharing code in an open manner. And they released a tool called Copilot, which effectively helps you write and finish code, a bit like autocomplete again. 92% of programmers were using this when they first did this survey. And a friend of mine who runs a startup could not live without this. He works in machine learning for modeling turbulence in aerodynamic simulations. This has helped him substantially when it comes to speeding up testing, prototyping different kinds of models. And indeed, NVIDIA's CEO, Jensen Huang, NVIDIA obviously massive player in the AI space, has said, if you're looking to learn to code as a future-proofed skill, maybe rethink your choices, because the models that we're starting to see are so sophisticated that they can achieve this incredibly easily. This example you've been seeing here on the right, this is from Claude, that's Anthropic's model, which just in the chat window was able to generate a Flappy Bird clone and was able to improve that based on a tiny piece of feedback. Again, immensely powerful tooling, which is changing the way that we think about the back end of the internet and of software development. And again, Andrew Jassy, CEO of Amazon, again, real impact. This is not something which is theoretical. He's saying $260 million have been saved using these tools to help coders and developers become more efficient. We also then have the space of content creation. Now again, one of the earliest sectors and spaces to adopt generative AI and synthetic media specifically. And again, this is something that we've seen a lot of work on. We've seen people like Tyler Perry, famous director and actor, basically halting a studio expansion, saying, I'm worried about these technologies, basically replacing what we can do. We're seeing, oh, sorry, that's on there twice. We're seeing generative AI tools for ad creation too. But then we're also seeing a really interesting trend around hyper-personalization. I'm sure in Slovakia, as not a particularly widely spoken language, you're probably not a massive fan of having to see everything dubbed with clumsy lip sync or having to watch stuff in subtitles. But these tools could allow you to enjoy the content that you watch, or you listen to even, from different countries in Slovakian, without it being ungainly, without it being surreal and strange seeming. And this is an example of that kind of technology at work, which is from a company called Synthesia, a London-based startup with walkers or leis, where Messi could send you a personalized message in your language. And I sent this one to my brother.
Hey, Robin, what's up? My friend Henry has invited us to fire up the console tonight. I hope I can make it. If I can't be there, enjoy the game. And don't forget to bring the snacks. Ciao.
So Messi doesn't speak English, or at least certainly not that well, and he doesn't speak Mandarin or many of the other languages that this project allowed him to speak to audiences. And Cadbury's have done the same kind of products in India for Diwali, with Shah Rukh Khan, famous Bollywood actor. Increasingly, we're starting to see this being deployed, which is quite exciting, also a little bit unsettling in certain contexts. And again, movie magic is a space which is entering a new generation, a new phase of what it means to be able to create engaging and compelling content. Whether that's doing more of the kind of de-aging work, for example, with Mark Hamill for the young Luke Skywalker. Mark Hamill has now signed away the rights to his face and to his likeness to Disney, so they can continue to create him as a young man for the rest of time. And this was done, again, all using AI to do face replacement and facial reenactment work to match the lip movements. You also have tools like this one, which are allowing people to do some really impressive kinds of CGI, more of the VFX like you'd see in some of the more fantasy films. Taking layers, being able to map and mask effects, textures, and things like this onto objects and parts of a scene. So really exciting time in Hollywood. I used to work for a company called Metaphysic, which is one of the kind of primary or the premier AI studios in Hollywood, and they've got a lot of exciting work going on, changing the way that we think about how film productions actually work. And then finally, I think this is one of the areas I think is the most explicitly positive for society, and that's revolutionizing the idea of accessibility. So whether it's here being able to generate live sign language in real time, to do train announcements, as in this example, or Project Revoice, the ability to give people who have lost the ability to speak due to degenerative disease, the ability to speak in the voice that they had before they lost that ability to speak. If you think about Stephen Hawking, world famous, now sadly deceased, but he had this robotic voice, which became his brand. But if he were to have lost his voice now, he wouldn't have had to choose to lose that part of his identity. He could have had a voice that sounded like him and represented him before he befell that illness. So really, really positive, exciting use cases. So that's kind of some of the key areas that we're seeing impact right now. But if I look into my AI-generated crystal ball here and say, well, what are some of the key trends that are going to shape the future? Where is that going to take us? And there's quite a few that I want to touch on today. So the worst of these is, again, this idea of the rise of AI avatars, that these tools are being deployed broadly, and they're going to be deployed even more broadly moving forward, in a context just like this.
Muchos datos y encontrar patrones que los humanos no podrían, como detectar
seulement un morceau de crâne, le remplacer et placer le dispositif neurale.
Grande quantità di vino, mi capisci bene, vero? Intendo dire che ho bevuto tanto.
अगर मुझे इशारा करना हो तो मैं यहाँ देख सकता हूँ या देखना और अनुमान.
So these tools are being used by content creators, they're being used by business executives to speak to their colleagues in other countries in their language. And they're also being kind of touted by, for example, the CEO of Zoom as the future of video conferencing. He said, I will be at the beach whilst my avatar is taking that boring meeting I don't want to do. Not so sure I believe that's going to happen anytime soon, but nonetheless, these kinds of avatars, this way of changing lip movements, changing language, representing yourself both authentically but then also synthetically is going to be a key thing that we see moving forward. Generative video has also been a very interesting space. Now, in April of 2023, this video went viral. And it was AI generated of Will Smith eating spaghetti. And I think many people didn't sleep very well the night that they saw it. And this was generated by a very early prototype generative video model. This was in April of 2023. August of 2024, this is a Chinese model called Minimax. And as you can see, whilst not absolutely perfect, much, much better. Generative video has been the space that I predicted 2024 was going to see the most radical progress on. And I'm happy to say that my prediction, at least in this case, was correct. Many of my other ones aren't, but this one was right. It is fundamentally coming a long way in terms of its understanding of realism, but also physics. It's still got a way to go, but it's getting a lot better. And indeed, you can look and you can see along the bottom here the different kinds of models, the brands that are using this, and how they have different styles, they have different kinds of ways of presenting media. Some is slightly more aesthetic, some is slightly more photorealistic, but all fundamentally are coming along a long way very quickly. But arguably the most important one from OpenAI called Sora, which they announced earlier this year, still hasn't been released. And there is going to be a problem with video, or generative video, as there is with all kinds of generative media, of openness versus safety. If we release this, can we ensure it's going to be used responsibly? Can we ensure it's not going to be used to harm, to smear, or to offend? We also have a pretty radical shift, which is slightly slower because of the complexity of the task at hand. This move from the co-pilot model, i.e. I prompt a model, I use something to change the style of an image as a co-pilot, as a co-creator, to the autopilot model. The idea that I will give a simple prompt or goal to an agent, an AI agent, to execute a task, and it can leverage any of the tools at its disposal to do so. So let's say I ran an e-commerce store for clothing, and I said, I want you to increase page visits from the demographic of 20 to 30-year-olds by 40% in 2 months. And I gave that prompt to this AI agent, and it would go away and potentially craft, using the SEO tooling that I mentioned earlier, advertisements. It maybe would go onto Twitter and start posting and interacting with users. Maybe it would start designing clothes and prototypes of clothing, which it thinks, based on the knowledge or the data it's been trained on, are going to appeal to that demographic the most. And so this move away from the large language models as kind of directable machines to AI agents as autonomous, goal-driven entities, so to speak, is one that we're starting to see already. We saw it earlier in the example I gave you of the contract drafting, but it's going to get much, much more sophisticated. And this is what Mustafa Suleyman, one of the co-founders of DeepMind, now the CEO of Microsoft AI, refers to as interactive AI. And I think this may well be the next kind of big thing in this space. but maybe a little bit further away in the broad deployments that I just mentioned than some of the other examples. We're also going to see, I think, a shift away from this idea that we must have the biggest models, the biggest data sets, the largest number of parameters in a large language model, for example, towards a way when we look at models as if they can fit on a device and be run natively on an iPhone or on a laptop, that is going to be much more attractive. This is something that Apple Intelligence was actually as announced yesterday, I'm sure some of you saw, is trying to leverage. It's why it won't work necessarily on some of the older devices. It needs a certain degree of computational power on device to work. And in an age where cloud computing is using a huge amount of energy, a huge amount of resources, water, putting a huge strain on the grid, moving to smaller models that are just as capable and can run natively on a device, I think is going to be a key strategic move we see a lot of companies and players starting to do. We're also going to start to see better reasoning models. Now, examples such as this are rife when it comes to large language models at the moment. Fundamentally, they are prediction machines. They are trying to predict the next word in a sequence. They are not necessarily doing whole-scale semantic assessment. And that leads to some really funny situations where you'll get 2 paragraphs from ChatGPT or Claude explaining why a pound of feathers weighs more than a pound of steel, or why there are 3 R's apparently in the word strawberry. But what we're going to see probably in the next 2 weeks from OpenAI is a new model that they have called Strawberry, which is going to have a much more sophisticated reasoning framework. At the moment, when you type in a prompt, you will get a response almost instantaneously in any of the major models out there, large language models, that is. This model is going to think, so to speak. It's going to process. It's going to take 15 to 20 seconds for it to generate a response, and it's going to be much more competent when it comes to numerical reasoning and also semantic reasoning around things like lateral thinking problems and things like this. So we're going to start to see models that are much more safe, or at least much more reliable, to be used in contexts where numbers, logic, reasoning are much more prominent in the source materials that you're perhaps feeding in or prompting for. We're also seeing open source really making waves in this space. Now, open source is essentially the practice of releasing models and weights of those models in an open fashion, typically under some kind of commercial license, but also sometimes just open for anyone to use, to modify, to re-implement, to fork, as they say in the community, to create new applications. And at the beginning of the generative kind of revolution, Google sent a really panicked internal memo saying, we don't have a moat anymore to our castle, so to speak. No one does, because open source is now so powerful, and the applications out there from all of these different entities is so extreme that we can get incredibly well-performing models such as Llama 3 from Meta or Falcon 5B from the UAE, all running without necessarily having to pay for anything, and these can be used by anyone. And so I think we're going to see that march of open source continuing. There's always going to be a place for proprietary software as a service style subscription models for the kind of business-to-business applications. But increasingly, I think we're going to see people creating friendly user interfaces to use these tools, and it's going to be something that is going to fundamentally change the way that we think about how companies develop and use AI in many different contexts. We're also going to see, and we were already seeing, differences in the approach to legislation. This is something that I think is going to be a real key defining feature of the next few years, is which side of the line do these different countries or blocks come down on. The EU, of course, Slovakia being a member, the AI Act has just been passed, is one of the more robust and rigorous forms of legislation, which some in the US and in the UK see as perhaps overbearing. They see this as stifling innovation, whereas in the EU they see it as essential for safety, for robustness of society and the public who are going to be using and having these models effectively used on them in different contexts. But around many different areas, we're seeing divergence of opinion. Training data, such a controversial topic. Should we have to pay actors, artists, filmmakers to train our models on their work when our model is then going to directly compete with them? Some people say yes, some people say no. But Japan has said, yeah, no, that's fair game. As long as you're not creating direct replicas, that's fine. Other countries are going to have a different approach. And so around the world, we're going to see this changing landscape, and no doubt we're going to see companies moving And we're going to see investment shifting based on how countries decide to regulate and how, as a world, we also decide to go about thinking about regulation for everyone, not just for one country or bloc. And then also I think it's really important to mention that as much as this technology is really exciting and can be really powerful, executing on it and actually getting the value is not a walk in the park. It's not easy. The amount of executives, C-suite executives in particular I speak to, who kind of think, well, if we throw money at this now, we can get returns forever. And it doesn't work that way. There are so many different things you need to put in place, whether that's the foundations of, again, your data, cleaning your data, aligning your data, choosing the models you work with, making sure that there's alignment of your model to your customer base, improving that model over time. This is not a one-and-done solution. This is a continuous adaptation over time for it to continue to generate the value that you want. And at the moment, there's a lot of companies that are throwing money at this, as this cartoon illustrates, and being surprised when they don't get amazing results instantaneously. So trying to avoid that way of thinking about things is going to continue to be rather critical moving forward. And indeed, a bad fit will continue to bring backlash. If you're just creating really lame, to be honest, examples where you're just using the hype of AI to try and drive a product, but you're not actually thinking about what value it brings, you're not going to make a big impact. If anything, you're going to have a negative impact. Same here, if your fit is tone deaf and doesn't align with your audience's values, you're going to be in trouble. This was a campaign from Levi's. They said, we don't have enough diverse models, so let's AI generate some. To which many of Levi's fans and followers and customers said, no, pay diverse people to do the adverts. So understanding where people want AI, where they're comfortable with it, is going to also be critical. And then finally, this technology is going to only become more hidden in plain sight. This is Microsoft's Copilot tool, and we can see this in Photoshop as well. Tools that people haven't necessarily thought about as AI tools, but now have AI baked in kind of below the surface, is going to continue to proliferate. It is going to be in the tools that you're using, whether you know it's there or not. It's going to be in the content you consume, whether you know it's there or not. It's going to potentially be influencing decisions companies make about your applications for a mortgage or a credit card, without you knowing it or not. It's been there for some time, but again, a lot of AI is under the surface. So, to finish, some of the scariest stuff. So, deepfakes is an area that I, as I mentioned, have worked on for a long time. Did a lot of the foundational research on, and have been doing a lot of work this year, particularly around the space of elections. And it's been a mixed bag, but there are some key areas, again, where I want to emphasize where there has been harm caused or there's been negative value for bad actors created. So you can't talk about this space without acknowledging, first and foremost, its origins and its most largest number of victims affected, which is in what's referred to as deepfake non-consensual pornography or AI image abuse. So where women have images of them synthetically stripped or faces swapped into pornographic footage. Can also be used on men, but its vast majority is women. This is a real crisis right now. This is having a huge impact in countries like South Korea, where they're having an epidemic of this on Telegram. It's also being used in schools. 1 in 10 children now say they know someone who's been targeted by these tools. And is being used in political spheres, for example, to target female politicians, to try and intimidate them, to try and traumatize them, harass them out of spaces where people don't think they should be. This is a huge challenge. I've worked with law enforcement around the world trying to help with this. It is very, very difficult. But the first step is recognizing that this is a real harm, it is a real form of sexual abuse, and that we're not going to get anywhere until we start treating it as such. And so these are 2 reports I wrote, one with MIT and one with Sensity. We're also seeing the cybersecurity and impersonation space really taking off too. Now, this is a tool which allows real-time face swapping on video. And as you can see with Elon Musk's face here, it's incredibly robust to changes in lighting, to the face direction, the profile of the face. Things that just 2-3 years ago would have been utterly prohibitive for these models to achieve. You'd get flickering on the sides of the face, the light would kind of shine through onto the original person's face beneath. And this tool has been used, or at least tools like this have been used, for example, for people to apply for jobs, get the sign-on bonus, and then disappear. And they don't know who they were, because they were wearing someone else's face the entire time. And they're also being used in much more kind of standard kind of cybersecurity applications, such as joining a Zoom call with someone you think is a real person, asking for confidential information, asking for financial payments to be made, when of course you're not speaking to that person. We're also seeing, not just in the visual space, but also the audio space, this becoming pretty pronounced. This is what's referred to as vishing, voice phishing, pretty bad portmanteau in my view, but nonetheless. And these are being used both in the context of kind of hacking humans and machines. So when it comes to biometrics, a key part of our kind of digital infrastructure for security, these tools have been found to be able to bypass voice identification in banking. They've also been able to bypass voice identification for things like giving consent and voice recognition in some of the AI tools for generating avatars. And we've also seen them being used in a variety of fraud cases around the world in large-scale hacks or large-scale cybersecurity crimes, particularly against CEOs, financial controllers, VIPs. The difference is it's not just affecting VIPs anymore. This was the case for a few years. These tools are now being used to clone the voices of loved ones, someone you might know, your son, your daughter, your brother, your best friend, saying things like, I'm in trouble, I need you to send money to this account. I need you to do this, I've been kidnapped, send money to this person. And this is becoming, again, globally a big problem. A lot of this is coming out of countries like Indonesia, coming out of places like Myanmar, but it's affecting people around the world, and it's increasingly a big threat. Going back to Vali 2, when I was talking about efficiency, it makes sense why Microsoft are concerned about releasing these models. We also have a new era of adversarial AI in the context of essentially worms and other forms of malicious software for doing more traditional hacking of systems. So, being able to poison entire supply chains, people using autonomous AI disinformation systems to set up information operations to spread false information, and also being used to basically try and do adversarial learning to bypass and identify zero-day attacks. Those are kind of baseline errors in code or flaws in code from the moment it was created. These tools are really well fine-tuned to create these kinds of harms and this kinds of software. Disinformation and market manipulation, also a big space. Now again, this video made waves the other day, after the debate yesterday, maybe topical. And this was, again, AI generated using one of the more recent video tools. But we have seen a huge amount of AI generated disinformation spreading around the world. I know there was a case in Slovakia last year as well, which was quite notable on Telegram. But we've seen a huge amount of this content going out there. The big question now is not, is this going to be used? We know it's being used. We know it's widespread. The big question is it going to work? Yeah, I know some of these are, satire. So with this kind of foundation, we're starting to see increasing amounts of this content out there. And it's, the jury's still out on how persuasive it is, how much it can actually shift the dial. This example on the right is of a fake image of the Pentagon on fire, which last year went, it gets a bit silly. This went viral, caused a temporary dip in the Dow Jones stock market for 15 minutes. Long time on the markets, big problem. So we're starting to see AI-generated hyper-realistic content having a real impact in the markets. That was the first time we've seen it. It won't be the last. And indeed, as synthetic reality grows, as all of this AI-generated content enters our world, and it's increasingly difficult to know what is real and what is not, whether we can believe our eyes or ears, this is where trust is the most valuable currency for businesses and for consumers. This is where initiatives like the Content Authenticity Initiative that I advise, is that going to work? That's a shame, that's not. This little logo up here in the right corner, the CR, I wager that in 2 years you're going to be seeing this everywhere. This is what we refer to as kind of like a digital nutrition label. It provides a drop-down which shows you how a piece of content has been made or edited, who took it potentially, what piece of software, and how it might have been edited since its original creation. There's an example of something similar on the right. This kind of layer of trust is going to be absolutely critical to being able to navigate a synthetic future whilst maintaining an awareness of authentic content. But to end, it's not all bad, and we can still have a bit of a laugh. You've already had one at the Pope and Biden in a wheelchair robbing convenience stores, but here's another one which was created by the creators of South Park.
There's no way you can outrun these dialysis
Oh, and it's not working as well. Damn it, I thought we fixed this. Okay.
$79,000 before 9 a.m. Tuesday and Thursday lunchtime dialysis. I'll do 2 of you old farts for the price of 1. Gobble, gobble up our Thanksgiving special. $60,000 a kidney all Thanksgiving week.
It would be better if the audio was synced, but there you go, you get Zuckerberg turkey. Great. Thank you all so much for listening. If you want to follow more of my work, you can find me on LinkedIn. I look forward to your questions. Thank you. Děkuji.
Excellent. That was excellent presentation, excellent talk from Henry Ajder. Thank you very much, Henry. I have to say that I'm a bit afraid of all I've seen, like in the second part of the presentation. It's a bit scary, isn't it, these deepfakes?
It's unsettling, for sure. And I think it's not just necessarily the deepfakes that are framed as deepfakes, but it's also many different applications. For example, people generating AI girlfriends, people generating entirely synthetic influencers that have millions of followers. There's one influencer called Little Michaela, not a real person. Mm-hmm. She's modeled with Bella Hadid. She's done adverts for Calvin Klein. She's also talked about her mental health. She's not a real person, but she has millions of followers and it resonates with people. So it's both the kind of explicitly malicious stuff, but it's also how this is kind of, as I said, it's hidden in plain sight. It's working its way into our day-to-day lives. And sometimes we don't know how to feel about it. Is it because this is really something which is wrong? Is this a deeper ethical intuition that's been triggered? Or is it just future shock? Is this how our grandparents would have felt looking at a word processor on a computer or looking at CGI in a Hollywood? So it's difficult to know which are the problems that we should really be concerned about in some contexts and which aren't. But a lot of it is interesting, if unsettling.
This is what I wanted to ask you, if you can see if there are more pros or cons within AI, but it's hard to say, right?
It is. And I think the way I try to approach this topic is, there is a lot of AI doom and there's a lot of AI zoom, right? There are people on both sides. And often in the media, that's the kind of narrative that people want to push because that gets clicks and, that's how social media works too. I try to look, as I said, as a kind of a cartographer, I look at what I can find. Sometimes, yes, I will look at what I'm seeing and make inferences about what might be coming, but I try to ground it in what's happening right now. And there is many examples of real harm and real concern. But then, as I mentioned, when it comes to accessibility and education and all these applications, there are amazing things going on. It's a really kind of tired analogy, but AI is a tool. And some tools are explicitly maliciously designed, such as tools for synthetically stripping images of women. There is no positive use of that, right? That is explicitly malicious. But many of these other tools are really dual use. They can be used in different ways. That's where the legislators, that's where the companies need to do their work, to build the frameworks to help kind of individuals feel safe using these tools, and also to make sure that they're not fundamentally releasing something which isn't, fit for purpose in a world where we want these tools to do good rather than bad.
And coming back to the first half of the presentation, do you have any favorite tool within AI that you use? Can you say just maybe one or two?
Yeah, so I've really enjoyed playing with Runway. Mm-hmm. And so Runway is a tool which some of you might have heard of. It's basically trying to pitch itself as the all-in-one creative suite for filmmakers, and particularly for Hollywood. And Runway has some really amazing applications for example, removing stuff from images and scenes. Mm-hmm. If you've seen Everything Everywhere All at Once, that was used in that film to do tidying up of shots, and save them a lot of time. But it can also be used with the generative videos examples I gave to kind of extend videos. So you can have a real video and then let the AI kind of add on another 20 seconds and see what weird stuff happens. Some great examples out there, as well as AI entire generation and image generation. So as an all-in-one suite, that's the one that I like the most. And I'm much more of the audio-visual person. I use large language models, but when it comes to doing something really interesting and really kind of compelling, Runway is a really good one.
Let's jump into Slido for a few questions, because I know that there are some. The field of AI is evolving rapidly. How do you stay up to date with the latest advancements and trends? This is also was in my head, like that you got a huge knowledge of it. How can you stay up to date with everything that happens?
Well, so since I landed here yesterday, I've opened 250 tabs on my browser of new papers, of new reports, of new legislation being announced. I used to be able to spend a couple of hours a day, 2-3 hours a day back in 2018, looking over this space. And I could be fairly confident that I was on top of most of what's going on. Now, anyone, no matter how well-resourced they are, if they say they have a perfect God's eye view of everything going on around the world, they're lying. It is near impossible to be on top of everything. But the ways that I typically try to kind of do this, to try and get as much of the best information as possible, is there's some really good newsletters out there. So one I would refer you to is Last Week in AI. That's a great newsletter. The Neuron is quite a good daily newsletter that covers some of the big things going on. And also Google Keywords. So you can search in Google Alerts, keywords, and then you'll get a daily kind of digest of what's been going on. But a lot of it is about network and it's about intuition. Over time, you get to understand what is significant and what is not. And working a lot with people in industry, government, academia, my network is pretty good. So I also get to pick people's brains on what's going on and maybe get a sense of what's coming down the pipeline before others.
So maybe if you follow the path, if you want to follow the path and be in one of the top AI experts like Henry's, now you got the tips on how to do it. There is a question from Josef. The field of AI is evolving rapidly.
How that's the same one, I think.
Oh, that's this. I'm sorry. Yes. So the second one, yes, this one. Is there a solution how to handle data storage and computational power with growing AI usage and data amount?
So it's a really good question. It's one of the things that I don't see discussed enough, really, is the environmental cost and the energy cost. There was a study that came out the other day that said something like the amount of energy usage in the US from AI has doubled in the last 2 years. And that's not a small amount. That's something from like 8 to 16% of the grid. So huge amounts, as well as the amount of water that's required to cool and process. There's a lot of resources required. As mentioned, smaller models can help with this. If a model is smaller, it's more efficient. It uses less energy, uses less data, doesn't require the GPUs that are quite as powerful as, say, an H100 from NVIDIA. It's also about maybe looking at, well, okay, do we want to be powering these data centers with oil and gas? Do we want to be kind of really focusing on the renewables pathway? So I think those two things go hand in hand. But there is no sugarcoating the scale of the challenge. And if we're looking to a future where our grid needs updating in whatever country you're in, are you going to be allocating for the grid, for AI, or maybe for other people's needs? So there are really difficult questions there to answer. I don't have the answers, but I would say it's certainly a space that needs more attention, and there are going to be some difficult trade-offs to make.
Let's do one more.
Sure.
What role should tech companies play in preventing the misuse of deepfake technology, and are they doing enough currently?
Yeah, it's a good question. So a lot of the companies are doing something, but whether they're doing enough is another question. So I work with and have worked with most of the big tech companies over the years, specifically on these issues, as well as some of the big social media platforms, and advising governments on how they might be able to help. We talk about in policy both carrots and sticks. So the carrot is, come do this and we'll give you a reward. Stick is, if you don't do this, we're going to give you a hit with the stick. At the moment, we're not seeing enough stick from government, in my view, to kind of push these companies to do more. It is a challenge because, as mentioned, when you're looking at disinformation, there are coded phrases, there are differences in regions. Maybe there's something I could say in Košice which, means something else somewhere else. And, that's really hard to moderate for. So I think the big challenge at the moment is less to do with explicitly malicious, like intimate imagery, violence, gore, things like this. It's more the disinformation pathway. And as usual, big tech don't allocate a huge amount of resources for content moderation. So they are doing something, but they need to be doing more, and they need to be investing more into the solution approach I showed at the end with the Penguin, adopting this standard which allows them to get a sense of transparency to their audiences about what they're consuming.
Thank you. That was Henry Ajder.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Henry is going to be there for you for more of your questions within the expo zone. Okay, so during the lunch break or the bigger break we are about to have after the next program we have here on stage. So if you have more questions, and I saw that you have because they are within Slido, you can ask him then when we have the coffee break at the expo zone. One more interesting thing before we go on with our panel discussion is that, I don't know if you know that there is a first AI sandbox here in Slovakia operated from Košice. The AI Sandbox provides a controlled, safe, and educational environment in which to experiment with AI, mitigating many security risks, privacy risks, and ensuring that the solutions used are implemented and used according to all applicable legislative standards. It gives companies, it gives universities, or startups even the chance to enter the program within which they will implement their solution on the infrastructure of the Košice self-governing region. So even on the regional area, we are doing these great things. And I can see that the stage is ready, so I'm very happy to welcome more people here. And I'm not getting off the stage, I'm staying here because they are going to join me for the interesting talk we have here. So let's meet our panelists for the panel discussion. Please welcome Tomáš Meliško from InnoCloud, Michal Nešpor from Crowdberry, and Sergei Holmeckis from Deutsche Telekom. So let me introduce the guys, in case you don't know them, one by one. Tomáš Meliško, sitting next to me, is responsible for developing and scaling a groundbreaking cloud service focused on AI ML model training powered by renewable energy sources. He has over 12 years of experience in corporate strategy and developing new business lines. Before joining the InnoCloud team, Tomáš helped create new services and solutions for the international real estate group HB Reavis and served as the managing director of Symbiosis, a smart workspace platform. Welcome, Tomáš. Hello.
Hello, welcome. Thank you.
Michal Nešpor is responsible for managing the investment fund CB Investments Management, a subsidiary of Crowdberry. He is also in charge of seed investments in startups and young dynamic companies. Michal has been working in the field of startups for more than 15 years, gaining the experience on this side of investors as well as founders. And he worked in the Vienna Venture Capital Fund as a member of the investment team and was also the CFO of the software company with operations in Europe and the USA. Michal, welcome.
Thank you for having me. Hi, guys.
Thank you. And last but not least, a representative from Deutsche Telekom is joining us now. The name is Sergei Holmeckis. Sergei is managing the international HR at Deutsche Telekom's technology and innovation segment with over 16 years of leadership experience in the telecommunication and service industries. He currently oversees HR operations across 8 countries and driving strategic initiative to discover future-proof locations for talent acquisition. He brings rich experience from versatile engagements and has a strong passion for leveraging AI to unlock human potential and elevate what teams can achieve. Sergei, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone.
So I would like you to now have slide view ready because panel discussions are mainly about that, about answering your questions. If you have a question on individually on for our panelists, or maybe some shared question, because that's also possible to ask, please feel free to use Slido that you have already, I hope, in your phones. Before starting with Slido, I would start with my question, or with question from my side, and maybe I will start with Michal, because I know that Crowdberry supports startups and invests in many fields. Can you say what are maybe the most promising sectors for startups in Central and Eastern Europe for now?
Okay. So the quick intro, we are an investment ecosystem having investment funds, but also an investment platform where private investors can choose specific investments. So this is our validation for what we have chosen into our portfolio. We have invested in, I would say, more than 90 companies. Roughly 1/3 of that is startups in Slovakia and Czech Republic. So I would have to answer your questions from 2 different perspectives. One is what we choose for the platforms and private investors. One, what we have invested out of the early stage venture capital fund that I run. So there is a number of clusters that have emerged. One, obviously, IT, because Slovakia and Czech Republic has a very strong background in that, with various applications. But also one very strong vertical is health and health-related investments. Many of that actually use AI in certain ways to enhance their business models and products. And one is impact and ESG investments in certain way, even though the investors don't perceive ESG as a topic, but they like the impact on the society and environment and the economy of Slovakia and Czech Republic. So I see IT, some vertical in e-commerce, health, and what we would label as ESG or ES investment. Not so much of governance.
Tomáš, maybe can you relate? Can you elaborate on this? Are maybe these areas that were mentioned by Michal most beneficial when talking about AI?
First of all, thank you for the invitation to be here. It's great to be in Košice. So many things are happening in the town, and I think really the city is becoming one of the innovation hubs. And it's great to have this kind of talent and meetings here. As Michal mentioned, AI is so broad, and definitely ESG and talent attractions are some of the topics. For us, we are a data center operator. We build data centers for AI, for artificial intelligence training. And data centers are actually becoming part of a problem, not yet a solution to climate change. They are consuming a lot of energy. It's expected that in 10 years they might consume 40% of global energy supply, which is tremendous. So our company is actually working on limiting this by using the most advanced chip technology and also employing renewable energy sources within our data centers. So we try to figure out how to actually help companies to build AI models and yet not actually create even more problems with the climate change.
From the corporation point of view, maybe Sergei, can you tell us what is the role of these multinational companies in driving AI revolution for itself, but also maybe for the customers and clients?
Yeah, I will answer the question from the three perspectives. Perspective one is basically answering the question whether or not the world will be more digital tomorrow than it is today. And it is, obviously. The answer is straightforward. It means that for us, the entire access to technology, access to modern tools is getting democratized, which means we are getting an enhanced human, so to speak. This is on the one hand. And I think technology is here to stay. So it is important really to bring as many people closer to this technology, to let them touch it in the daily life and encourage this. This is on the one hand. The role of MNC, on the other hand, is also, and I'm talking about multinational companies overall, and you know, the thinking is in a shaping process all the time, but it's really important to mention that it also means an access to the new talent markets. We heard in statistics before noon in other presentations what will be the world population in other countries and continents, which is not really on the horizon right now. And I have to say that we also ask the question, what would be the next location, the next country to get access to the talent? Could it be Africa? Could it be South America? You know, with this kind of non-typical ways of getting into there. And we as DT are experimenting with these, let's say, more exotic locations that were not on the map before. That's the second thing. And the third thing is it's a little bit of ambivalence of the business models. On the one hand, we have huge legacy, and you know, startups don't have it, but we do. And it is extremely important to use that business model to invest in the future models. Because with this democratization of access to knowledge, access to, at least in Western Europe and Central Europe, actually worldwide, right? The access to knowledge is getting easier and easier. And the big question is, when knowledge is ubiquitous, how will this change the business model? Right now, companies are selling the things that are scarce. What will happen if things are not scarce anymore? How will this business model look like? And when will that happen? So from these three angles, we would answer these questions. And I think MNCs are shaping this world just from the sheer size of it and the role in the social environment.
Before jumping into the Slido, I've got one question maybe for all of you, but any of you can answer it because you work with clients, you work with startups, with companies, with employees. Is there maybe kind of experience from your side that people or companies are a bit hesitant to use the newest technologies? And if yes, what do you do then? Do you use any kind of mentorship or any kind of maybe motivation to really go on with what happens around the world?
Tough question. I think many companies are struggling, and it was mentioned in one of the talks today that you have so many generations at one workplace, so not everyone is equal in their view of the world in terms of AI and the new things coming. So I think the best things that companies can do is go for the low-hanging fruits, so removing boring tasks from the process, tasks that can be automated. Everyone loves that, and no one likes to repeat these things over and over. So I think this is one way of showing, look, AI can help us to save time, make us more productive, give us more leverage to work on creative things. So I would focus on the positive side of things. Change management would be the second where I would focus, and there is the role of leaders, so the C seat and also the line managers that should come as leaders. Not saying that they should say AI is the best thing ever and be kind of this brainwashing moment, but be quite open. Say, guys, if we don't change, we might lose customers, we might lose business, or the whole industry might actually vanish. So I think this openness has to be there, and people should be willing to come on the train because you will need everyone from top down to be involved in successful adaptation of AI technologies.
Of course, it's for sure important. Michal, maybe from your point of view, because beyond this financial backing, do you use any kind of a mentorship or some kind of a resourcing for that?
Limited.
Limited.
Given the size of the portfolio versus the size of the investment team, we have very little time for mentorship. I was thinking about how to approach your question. I mean, a lot of people are scared of AI and machine learning because they think they're going to lose jobs. And I think people that don't use AI will be replaced by people that use AI in certain industries. And this is true also for our companies and portfolio companies. There is two ways in which they use AI. Some use AI-enabled tools and processes to actually help them get better, faster, and more accurate. But there are also companies in our portfolios that have AI impregnated in their business model. One of the companies we were discussing analyzes close to, I would say, the last data point I have is that they are analyzing 6 million data points every day in providing their service. So without AI and AI-enabled processes, they would not be able to even provide their service. And going forward, all those companies that will not implement new technologies, including AI, into their business will probably lose compared to their competition. So we are trying to basically not mentoring, but on a strategy level and sort of board meetings level, we are asking them how you can make your service product better, faster, and also your processes to grow faster and out-compete their peers on the market.
That's great.
For us, it's a question of survival, I would say. So what we need to do, and this is what we're trying hard, is obviously offer various learning journeys to get a little bit closer for everyone, touch the technology with their own hands. That's maybe on the one hand. On the other is, realistically, in private life, we are not afraid to use AI, and in business life we do. And if I think about it, where the main applications are, it's disappearing of the mundane work that no one likes anyways, as was mentioned before. And the second thing is analysis of huge data and patterns, right, that were simply not possible with humans before. So the question is, new fields are being opened up instead of the old are being closed down. It's about transformation and adding something new on top. Once people start seeing it, right, that's a little bit easier to overcome. But obviously, the big companies with legacy, with let's say very comfortable way right, of living and working. I think this they have harder time than startups. That for them is just a matter of survival.
Yeah, this is the word I wanted to use. If you want to survive in this world, we have to use the machines as well and not just humans. Let's go answer the questions which we have in Slido. Thank you very much for asking. We still have much time, so you can ask or like the questions that are there if you want to answer that one. How do you see AI transforming businesses over the next 5 to 10 years? So let's speak about the future a bit. And what role do you think Central and Eastern Europe will play in this evolution?
If I may, I love this question. It's very close to my heart. I'm trying to work on this topic quite a lot. And if I can be very open with you, hopefully, and I have nothing to lose, I'm not in politics. So I'll say that we have a huge challenge in Slovakia and CEE. 3 things colliding. It's like a train coming at us. First, aging populations. Second, leaving the talent or the talent drawn from Slovakia to other countries. And third, lack of vision. So with the politicians keeping a vision of the country for a couple decades and people being able to understand what is my country about, what is the vision of Slovakia. So, and this will mean that we'll lose our productivity momentum that we gained 10 years ago. If we don't invest in cutting-edge technologies, we will become kind of maybe second, third class in terms of innovation. And Slovakia is doing very bad in terms of innovation rankings already. So we really need to start working on this. And I think AI could be a momentum because it's quite a new game, and we should be able to harvest this, and businesses come up with solutions that a small country like Slovakia and others in the region can actually become leaders in. Look at Budapest, quite close to here. They have around 600 people working on autonomous driving, 5 companies. And they are actually a leading hub in Europe for this topic. Small, very focused, and they are great at it. So maybe Slovakia could adopt something similar in automation, robotics. There are a couple ideas out there, but we should do something about this quite soon.
You want to elaborate?
If I may pick up on this, you know, I spent not last actually, 2007 till 2022, I spent in living in Czech Republic in the south. And I saw how the region is developing and transforming and how much attractiveness there is for the foreign investors to come into these countries. I actually look at the entire neighborhood, right, from Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and also Hungary. And I see that these countries are extremely attractive for investors due to the they're obviously competing, right? But the journeys of investors, I was able to help decide, and they were usually deciding between these 3-4 countries. That's a talent, that's access. And I have to say the talent access doesn't mean only educational system and population, but also immigration, because it's also very attractive to live in these 4 countries. And the second thing is stability in terms of policies and real digital agenda of these countries. I happened to be in contact with the governments, and I was surprised how much they invest really in these new, digital agendas that make sure that the topics is not taboo anymore. And I think that this is the place to be. And looking also at investors who are looking at entering Europe. In the past, they were looking at, London, obviously, or maybe France or Germany, and then get their footprint into Europe. Now they're looking at Bratislava, at Prague, at Warsaw, and then entering into Europe. So that's what I see as a trend. Could be really a good opportunity for this part of Europe.
I will be a bit more controversial.
Please.
Because that may be some anecdotal evidence, but if I keep talking to VCs, investors from the region, and also from western parts of more developed parts of Europe, and you have a group that is very bullish and saying CEE has a lot of potential, and then you have a couple of VCs that have spent their time in the UK and the US in their past, and say that, to quote, the glass is 90% empty. So this is always some controversy in the discussions we have at the VC and private equity conferences. There is differences in the among the countries in the CE. I mean, to add to the question, it's not only AI in businesses, but also in society and government. Because I would second what was said here before. We have an aging population, so there will be less people working on a larger population that will become unproductive. So there is many areas that need transforming in terms of efficiency. And in terms of capital inflow in CEE, there are also differences, but if you take it as a group at large, still more than 50% of the capital is regional. More than 50% into CEE investments in venture capital and private equity. And I think it's almost 50% that is local. So each country investing in their country originated startups. A lot of that capital is government, which is good, but it should be more spread across CE, and the CE countries should work together as a region. Now they're competing against each other. And if you take it on a higher level, CEE versus rest of Europe, CEE is still lacking, even though Czech Republic, Poland, Romania, for example, are quite well developing. Other countries not so well. And then if you compare Europe versus US and Asia, where the competition is actually happening, Europe as a continent is lacking behind US and Asia in terms of competitiveness, investments in businesses, in innovation, and transforming into a competitive region. So this is like if you go from Slovakia, CEE, Europe, and the world, there is a lot to be done. Still a lot of potential, but I completely agree that the politicians lack vision because they are politicians, they are not statesmen. They would look across 4 years or 5 years election cycles and don't give direction and support the ecosystem to actually thrive.
So there is a long way ahead of us, but like cooperation is needed, right?
And the outcome could be dire and could be positive, you know?
Nobody knows. Let's see what the future brings. The next question is, who is better positioned to drive AI innovation? Startups with their agility and fresh ideas, or established companies with their resources and experience?
I think it's a combination, if I may take the word. I heard an interesting perspective from Rastio Hlavač from Minit. Do you know the story of Minit? Slovakian startup, deep tech startup, who sold to an undisclosed amount to Microsoft, I think 2 years ago. And he said that this was, I think, at least his second business, that he built his first business, sold it, and then set up something new. They went through a very, I would say, bumpy ride until the exit. They have attracted one of the best European investors. And he said after they were acquired by Microsoft, he was really impressed by how much Microsoft as a corporation can take the innovation from a startup, integrate it into a structured product creation management process, and then push it onto the world. So I think it's the innovation usually starts in a smaller, more agile company because you can maneuver, most fail, but those who will succeed can actually change the course much more rapidly than a corporation can do. But once it's successful, it's the agile corporations that can actually make it a standard, catch up with the innovation and technology lead of the startups, and then push it onto the world. So I think it's a combination of those.
Tomáš, I suppose you agree because you're shaking your head.
Yeah, I mean, great example of a minute. And another one, if I may add, from Eastern Slovakia. The founders are from Prešov, and they worked at Dell in Bratislava, lawyers. and they didn't like the procurement procedures and working with contracts, so they created their own company Sequence, and they are actually doing AI automation of contracts, and they are now pitching this to corporates which have the same pain all around the world, 10,000s of contracts, very manual work, so they can automate this. And again, idea, people from corporate, lawyers, a lot of experience, faced the problem, created a company, now selling to corporates, maybe they will be acquired by one. So I think it's a good loop, especially in B2B. I think if you're selling to corporates, hard business, so you might need a partner like a large corporate that has these networks already. So I think it's a symbiotic ecosystem.
In DT, if we take this example, there is, for years, they've been an in-house venture capital company, let's say one of the subsidiaries that is running into exactly this question: how do we get the smaller companies supported and invested into them in such a way that at some point in time, either they are swimming in the market by themselves or reintegrated into the business and then can be scaled on the one hand. And on the other hand, we're also discovering this, again, this ambivalence. On the one hand, being in legacy, where we need stability, where we need some processes, and sometimes slower is better than faster. And then create a small pockets of this innovation within the company. And I think we changed a lot from the mindset perspective also to get more agile in these pockets, to bring a little bit more freedom and let colleagues experiment. And that actually gives very tangible results. So I think we do understand that we are very slow in comparison to the rest, and that all the examples probably also shows that what kind of real innovation was driven by MNCs. No, usually it was driven by someone outside and then scaled, as you in your example with Microsoft. So a lot to learn from MNCs by just being humble and looking outside.
But still, everything takes time, right? So rather
than
may
add one thing, there's a few corporations. I don't want to name another name of a corporation, but they do have a dual approach. They start, they give, they place bets. They bet on an internal team and also through a corporate venture capital invest in an outside startup, see how far they go, and they either kill the one or the other. So either they acquire the startup, integrate it, or they let the internal team thrive. If they achieve more than the startups has achieved with that same amount of money and resources.
That's a nice example or comparison, interesting one. Let's do a few more questions before we finish. What do you think are the biggest barriers to widespread AI adoption in businesses today? How can organizations overcome these challenges? If you can say.
I would say three things: capital, money, people, and fear, maybe from the leadership. The third one I kind of maybe now just created just to have a third one. But in terms of capital, GPUs, for example, my business, graphic cards, one can cost 10, 15, 20,000 euros. Very hard for a small company to get this. And Elon Musk can buy 100,000 of these because he can pull the capital, but Europe is really lacking behind these large data centers that can train these models. And that's just one piece of the value chain. Then you have great teams that can build great things, large language models. So this is predominantly China and West Coast. So in Europe, we are lacking both the capital and a lot of great people that you can put into one company. So maybe we can focus on smaller bits, adopting these models for real life challenges, fine-tuning of these models. So, I mean, there are opportunities that can happen, but really catching up with China and US is becoming really hard for Europe, as was mentioned. We're just losing our breath, and we need to do something about it. And the fear, I mean, you can say it's the regulation that is coming along, that Europe is afraid of AI and is putting in regulation. But I would challenge that. I would maybe say even that's, in a way, an opportunity that we can work on things that are complicated, create solutions that are bulletproof and will not harm you as a person, child. So, I mean, there's a silver lining in every situation. But, yeah, it's not an easy game, to be honest. This is a real money and people game.
Of course.
Since our time is up, I would second that. I think it's mostly people who don't have the skill set and the experience to implement. So you either need to build up the competence in the existing team or add it to the team. And I think it's fear. The fear of the unknown, effects of implementing AI and what it can lead to.
Expectations. I think in the previous presentation there was a nice cartoon with the boat, right, and AI on it. So I think this hype is getting a little bit settled, and now the real work and the real business impact need to be showing up. So that's I think we have year to years as AI projects to really show the real results. That's one thing. And the other is legacy. And with regard to the legacy, here we have an issue of not sufficient data, or maybe not data which is not in the right format. And then the more to the west you go, the more issues you have with getting that data due to data privacy. And here, as much as I respect the data privacy, we are competing in an uneven environment with the rest of the countries in the continent, right? So if you take a look at how much data privacy means in China and how far away and ahead are they, that just makes me a little bit nervous, right?
Thank you, gentlemen. I would end up in here because I want to give you as much time as possible for your lunch or a longer break we are having right now. Are you staying with us now after the discussion? Michal, no?
I'm sorry, I have to drive back.
Okay, but maybe can we find you on LinkedIn in case we have some question or something? And Tomáš and Sergei, if you are able to stay here, we will be happy in our speed dating zone for our speakers. Thank you very much for coming. And well, how to maybe finish this discussion is that I hope that all the impressive presentations and researches we've heard, maybe even today, done from Košice, are going to help and solve all the problems maybe we identified together within this panel discussion. Thank you very much. That was Tomáš, Meliško, Michal Nešpor, and Sergei Holmeckis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll see each other at around an hour. So enjoy your longer break. You can go to the CD even. You've got time then to come back and to follow our program within the block 3. We've got many interesting speakers for you, and we've got also 2 more interactive activities within Slido. So be sure to come back. Thank you and enjoy your snack and your lunch. Welcome back. Welcome all of you who came back from lunch and from break. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you managed to eat something, because we've got like approximately 2 more hours ahead of us with our interesting, great AI program. So I hope that you are ready for some cool AI stuff. And to maybe a bit fight with a food coma right now in the afternoon, let's start with the activity. Let's start with the Slido activity. So please grab your phones, go to slido.com, or have your application Slido, have it ready. And we're going to do now a very interesting thing. It's kind of a funny and a thought-provoking activity, I would say, because it's a voting, so it's a poll. So you're going to tell us how you perceive the future of AI regarding many sides of it. It's an interactive poll, and we really want to hear your voices, to speak up, to see how you perceive our future. I'm really, really curious. So let's start with the first question. Will AI make people jobless? Cast your vote yes or no. What do you think? Maybe according to what you've heard today, maybe according to what you know already. 19 answers so far. Mostly no. Maybe according to the last panel discussion, there was a saying that it's not that AI make people jobless, but we need to learn AI and able to go with the flow, right? So I can see that most of you are for no, and I agree with you. I also don't think that AI is gonna steal our jobs or our positions. And maybe some interesting fact around that is that a study by the World Economic Forum predicts that while AI could displace around 85 million jobs by 2025, it's also expected to create 97 million new roles. So while AI might change the job landscape, maybe it's also opening great and new opportunities. And I think that we all know that. That's why we are here today, listening to all the speakers. Okay, if we don't have any more new answers, I think that we can continue with the second question. Should AI be allowed to replace teachers in classrooms? Let's see what you think. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Should it replace teachers or not? Maybe in some way, or maybe just partially. According, again, on what we've heard today, there are some tools that are going to be used also within education, for sure, AI tools, but still human contact is something we don't want to avoid in the future. Fun fact, in 2023, the AI tutor Socratic by Google was used in classrooms across the US to help students with their homework. And what was fascinating is that Socratic not only answers correctly questions, but also uses a sense of humor. And this is something maybe we wouldn't expect, but yes, to keep students maybe engaged, they also use this teacher, Socratic. And for example, if a student asks about some math problem, Socratic might respond with, well, let's tackle this problem like a superhero, one step at a time. And this could be really funny for students and for pupils to stay even more motivated to study and to learn and to do their homeworks as they should, right? So I have to say, honestly, I'm happy that you disagree. On the other hand, for sure, there are tools that we can use to maybe make these educational platforms or institutions better. Great. And the third one, I'm very curious about this one, because I will read the question first. We will play, or it's a task. We will play 2 voice recordings for you, and your task is to figure out which one is AI generated. So let's go.
Welcome to our conference, where AI is in charge to such an extent that you won't be sure what you're hearing. Is it a human voice or artificial intelligence? Take a guess.
Welcome to our conference, where AI is in charge to such an extent that you won't be sure what you're hearing. Is it a human voice or artificial intelligence? Take a guess.
Take a guess. Is it a human voice? So figure out which one is AI generated. There is one correct answer. And I know the correct answer, but I will wait for more of you. And yes, most of you were right. Very good. So there was a male recording and a female one, and both of them are AI generated. Very well done. Maybe it's a bit scary, right, to hear like AI, and I don't know if it's AI or not. But AI, before it struggled with some phrases like, she sells seashells by the seashore, but they can already do also that, or it can already do this. So it's really like almost like a realistic one. Very good. Thank you very much. Big applause for you. And now we are heading to something equally engaging in this poll, and as all the presentations we've heard so far, because we're going to hear and we're going to watch a special podcast recording. And I'm sure that many of you know the podcast Coffee with Developer. This podcast was created by Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions Slovakia, and the podcast has its own moderator, so I'm not the one staying here on stage now, because I would like to welcome the moderator of the podcast, Michal Kováčik, and his guest, Pavlína Louženská.
Hello, so my usual saying in the beginning is hello fellow developers, but right now I think that we have not just developers in the audience, and we will have no interview with developer, but you already have a chance with Paulína. So hello, welcome Paulína.
Thank you very much. And I have to say as an excuse that my mom, my dad, and my brother and my boyfriend are developers. So I hope there is enough developer DNA in me.
Obviously, yes. So, okay, so I really recommend you also to check in the YouTube video your presentation in this stage during the conference. And during your speech, I was thinking, okay, so Paulína is doing something like black magic with crystal ball and trying to do something, predict. But then I realized when you mentioned that all those prediction is based on the data. So I'm wondering, so how you are looking for those data, and how you finding the sweet spots within this data that this is something which could be the next big bet in the industry or in the some thinking process.
Mm-hmm. I think we have always tried to look forward in the future, and there were the crystal balls and tea leaves and tarot cards, and that's true. But since the 1960s, it's actually data-based profession. So it's quite recent that it's not just feeling the air and communicating with gods, but actually it's data-based. Currently, of course, we are going through a huge revolution, also thanks to AI. I have already mentioned one of my favorite tools when it comes to prediction, which is called NWAI, which is utilizing AI in order to make the perfect specific predictions. But to answer your question, I will walk you through certain types of data that we are looking at when it comes to formulating those predictions to be sure that we can be at least 80% sure that we know what's going to happen. First, we are looking at megatrends. I have already introduced like aging population or acceleration of technology or globalization or the fact that people are moving to cities. And this is actually most useful when you are looking very far ahead. When I'm making predictions predictions for 2050, I would be looking at those megatrends and saying like, okay, aging population could mean that we will have more caring institutions. It can mean that we will need to change our infrastructure and so on and so on. So that's the first one. Second one that we are looking at are contradictions. So when there's always something, there's a lot of something, there is a contradiction happening in the world. So for example, in the recent years, especially among young women, there was a trend of drinking green juices, going to Pilates, journaling in your diary and so on. And what we see nowadays is a complete opposite perspective. That means being very angry with the world, being very dark, being very punk related. Punk music is growing. So this is kind of like the contradictions. The same goes for sustainability. Since sustainability has become so popular that 8 out of 10 consumers consider sustainability important when it comes to shopping, we see that Gen Z are starting to ditch sustainability and they're saying, you know, you put the world on fire, you solve it. That's not our problem. And they are starting to shop at Shein and Temu and so on. So that's another perspective. Another perspective, what we are looking are different data sets coming from, for example, IPOs, stock prices. We're looking at popularity on hashtags on social media. We are looking at scientific discoveries, what is important. So therefore, to give you an example, one of the most popular discoveries that we have recently is the GLP-1 drugs. That means something like Ozempic or Wegovy that are for losing weight. And Morgan Stanley predicts that 10% of Americans will be actually using those drugs and that it will be definitely changing the industry. Airlines expect to save a lot of money thanks to the fact that we are going to lose weight, all of us. So let's see if it happens. So that's another thing. But I want to actually doubt myself. And those are all kind of like things where you can look at the data set, analyze it, and so on. But what we have seen recently, and there is such an interesting study, and I will be sharing it with the listeners and with you, is Matt Klein, the main trend forecaster of Reddit. He did a meta-analysis of hundreds of trend reports during the last 5 years. And what he found out that those trend reports are only using the dominant and residual language. What does it mean? That they were using all those algorithms in order to explain what is happening, which means if you're reading those trend reports, you are not seeing anything disruptive. You are not seeing anything that is out of the ordinary. And therefore, you are not seeing the wave at the beginning of things. And this is what you are actually, where you need that human touch. Because what we are as trend forecasters looking for is something called signals. And signals are things that outside the patterns, outside the mainstream, outside something that is very average and that you can spot. And this is where you usually have those people who are chronically online or chronically aware of trends, and they are spotting those things. So this is kind of like a short introduction. If you are more interested, let me know, and I will talk more.
Okay, so let's turn the page, and we heard very often here that as Europe we have a problem with the aging, that our people are getting older and older, and we have right now a problem with the talents. But I see differently in big organization we have a really big scale of the various generation the teams. Yeah? It's because we are here, let's say, for decades. So it's obvious that we have also people which are in the company like 10 years, 20 or more, or even just start with after their studies. So and by the way, I just saw one of your TEDx speeches where you elaborate a little bit on that. So do you think that this kind of advantage we as a big corporate organization can utilize in our processes, in our, let's say, searching for the new things?
I think there is no way around it. It's just a fact. And I have already mentioned it, that very soon we will have 5 generations in the workplace, and we will need to work with them. And I often get asked by corporations, by big companies, to explain them how they could address Gen Z, how they could hire and manage Gen Z. But I think there is such a big competition in the Gen Z market, there is no interest in other generation as such. And I think the key to successful future is actually trying to come up with solutions that would fit us all. And I think AI could be part of the solution. So to give you an example, more and more in education, we are moving towards personalized learning, micro-learning, kind of like that you are learning on the job, you're learning on demand. So when you need to understand something, you just have somebody, a kind of a bot, chatbot, whatever, to help you with that. It's becoming more and more traditional in onboarding processes. So you're actually not wasting time on teaching new people something they already know, and so on. So, and I think this democratization can allow us actually to maybe work more seamlessly together. And instead of having one big webinar for the whole company about AI where everybody needs to sit for 2 hours, and for some of us it's too junior, and for some of us it's too senior, no matter what age we are, I think actually incorporating those in the individualist learning approaches in the process can help us actually to smoothen the adjustment between among all those generations. So that's one example where technology can really help us. But I think the core of it is really building empathy toward different needs and different experiences of different generations, and trying to avoid the cliches around generation. I have already tried to kill the cliche about the 65-year-olds plus, and I think we can very easily kill the cliches around the Gen Zs and how they're wallflowers and how they're useless and mental health problems and whatever. So I think like also overcoming that could be one of the things we need to focus on.
And do you see also some increase, let's say, efficiency or innovations, or that this innovation which comes with these teams from multiple generations that have bigger success or can have bigger potential success than innovation which comes just from the Gen Z innovation, because they are focusing only mainly for their age group?
Yeah, definitely. I have quoted Harvard Business Review during my talk that diverse teams have 140% more chance on innovation, and I stand behind that. And I think it allows us to, for example, when it comes to training AI models, it allows us to see the whole picture. And I don't want to go into that anecdote of mistaking black people for gorillas, because you all know that, but I think this is a perfect example of why we are actually needing all those diverse teams, and why it's not only about having diverse teams when it comes to age, but having diverse team when it comes to race, when it comes to socioeconomic background. So really, I think cultivating diversity could be something that could be such a great innovation potential for a company.
Mm-hmm. I personally observed that if I start using the AI-assisted tools for faster development, then I was able to create some proof that my tools is right in very short time. Like previously it's take me 4 hours, then right now it's take me 10 minutes. Yeah? So it's very fast. But then it's what we see on the manager level, that their managers overhype with those, let's say, many new things which is creating. And can you give advice to the management level how to recognize those who will be successful? I know that you speak in from the beginning, but it's like how you estimate, or how you estimate if some ideas or some trends will be successful in the future. But this is a little bit different field, yeah. So
I will jump a bit somewhere else, and I will come back to it. When I talk to the managers about Gen Z, one of the biggest frustrations they have is something called Veconomics. And it is the fact that if I ask my Gen Z employee to set up a website or do a research, they might go to Fiverr and ask some Indian guy to do it for them. And it will be done. Yeah, no problem. But I might be probably frustrated that they didn't do it themselves, because in my head it was part of their learning process, it was part of something. And I think we often don't realize that this is coming more and more into our processes, not only employing people externally, but also employing all those bots and AI, and Filip is going to talk about all that and how we could actually become more proficient. And we are not prepared for that. We kind of like counted that the website design will take 6 days, and suddenly it would take 10 minutes. So what do we do with that? And I think that is going to be a big change when it comes to managerial approach to things, and it requires learning on both sides. But back to your question, you said how to stop people. I think it was mentioned during the panel about the investment that people who use AI will advance people who don't use AI, and there is a great McKinsey study that shows actually that managers who were given access to AI tools were far better than the people who didn't use it. So for me, always what I'm looking for in employees, what I'm looking for in people is this adaptability, the willingness to learn. Because the fact that you have a great school might not mean nothing in the future. So really, the ability to be flexible and learn around it and learn around the job, I think, is one of the core principles that we will be looking for.
So you mentioned also the learning, and this is something because I heard several times from my father or some older people that even they live in the age where some transformation changed their jobs in the market. And but it was still first time happened to us, eh? So first time the whole industry could change, and we are searching for our position in the next days. You also mentioned it that nobody can, that a lot of people will work in the jobs which we don't know even how we will call them. Eh? So how to, let's say, create in the people makes of urgency or that this is really gonna to happen. I know you show the numbers, but still there is a lot of people who think, okay. You also mentioned that your father is developer, and you also mentioned during our discussion that it's COBOL developer. Even I don't know how the syntax of the COBOL, and I'm pretty old developer, yeah, you know. But still, there are jobs which is suitable for those people who didn't change, but it will be not suitable for all of them. How to motivate people? How to help them cross the borders and go further with the learning, with the.
I think it's a $1 million question, really, and I would love to hear your opinions on that later on, honestly. But what I want to highlight is one number. Based on the OECD data, in the last 12 months, only 15% of Czech and Slovaks adults took part in some kind of a learning process. So the fact that you are sitting here and you're listening to all of us means you're far better and far more prepared for the future than the rest of us. And I think that's something we tend to forget, that we are part of the privileged group that is actually able to learn, that is part of the process. And I think for us, the role of the learning managers will be far more important, but also make us all learning organizations, making it part of our DNA. And we see it more and more that the organizations that are successful, that have gone successfully through all these transformation lately, were able to doubt themselves and transform themselves from within, and even with their own people.
In our group in Deutsche Telekom, we need to do things very in the secure way. The reason for this is that we would like to secure our employees to be harmed from the AI, for example, or some data leaks with personal information. And we see right now also that there is legislative upon the AI or upon different things which is guide companies, mostly in the Europe, what we observe. Do you think that this will be some causing some problems for us in the Europe that all others can be faster than we because we are just overregulated?
I admire people who are able to say, I don't know on stage, and I'm going to just right now do it. Because this is something I don't think I understand well enough to be able to comment on that. Yes, there is this EU report on competitiveness I mentioned this morning, and it mentions regulations, and often regulations come into place. On the other hand, they give us a certain way of protection. And I have never been a policymaker, even though I studied policymaking, but I think I would be too much overstepping my own knowledge.
Okay, so thank you for honesty. I admit that it's a million-dollar question again, like with the learning, but usually when I have guests, then the guests are developers, how the show is called, and we are showing let's say, their hands-off experience. So I would like to also hear that, because right now we are on the stage and you are speaking, but you have really brilliant knowledge about many things. So I would like to know how you are build this knowledge. So how is your, let's say, day life or normal day? How you work? How you get those knowledge? From which sources? Can you a little bit?
I very much vibed with the other speaker who said he had the 250 tabs open, and I felt like, oh, you're my soulmate, you know. This is it exactly, and I'm constantly on that, but. My job is meeting people. As Google for Startups lead mentor for Europe, Africa, and Middle East, I meet over 300 startups a year, and I'm privileged enough to see even more pitch decks and dive into even more, for example, investing decisions among VCs. So this is a way how I, for example, reflect on the startup industry. And I also, thanks to the involvement with different companies like Google, I do have access to different different reports and trend reports. And I do nothing else than reading. And I am lucky enough to have a photographic memory. So that's why I'm quoting all those things. From the heart.
So like second Sheldon, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You mentioned that you read a lot of. So if I heard, if I imagine myself on your shoes, then I will definitely use some AI tools, for example, for summarization. Do you think that this is something which can you be faster in the reading and to getting the knowledge, or you just didn't use it and read the whole article?
Sure, I do use the summaries, but for me, often the summaries are something like using Blinkist when you are trying to understand the books. Yes, I would use Blinkist for understanding what's written in Atomic Habits or another non-fiction books, but I wouldn't use it for Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. And this is, I think, important for me to make a distinction. And a lot of what I do is based on understanding what's the vibe in the room, what's the culture. Because for me, trends essentially are reacting to culture, because what trends are showing us how our culture operates. They give us the language. And for companies to reflect on what's happening in the culture and the language is essential. So for me, it's not only important that the term, for example, girl boss is trending, but for me, it's important to understand the sentiment around it. And therefore, like, to skip the human part would be a very stupid decision on my part.
I need to admit that if I started work with the AI, then I was thinking, okay, so this whole AI can do everything what I am doing. Then later and later, I just realized that it's not true. That still the human touch is very important. Mm-hmm. I really would like to thank you for those words. It was very refreshing to speak with you. It was a really nice opinion and nice views to the several things which I don't know. So I hope that it also helped to you. I don't know, because our time is up, I don't know if we have also Slido questions, or we just, okay, so if you don't have Slido question, then thank you very much.
And then I will add the last note. I am here to learn, and if you, and I would love to speak to you and learn from you, and because I think you are the experts, and I would like to learn. So if you feel like it, catch me in anywhere, and I would love to speak. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Michal Kováčik and Pavlína Louženská. I think there were some questions within Slido, yes, but we are not using it for the podcast. We will keep them maybe for later, for other presenters and discussions. Well, nothing then to agree with everything that was said, I think. Maybe one more thing I would like just to sum up is that really education is never-ending process, right? That's why also I think the aging was mentioned and all these generations needed in each and every of the companies to collaborate. So we've got some truly fantastic content lined up today, and it's not only here on the stage, but you still have a chance to use the cars, Tesla or Mercedes-Benz, by I think 4 p.m. So there is still a chance to go if you haven't done it yet. And then also our expo zone is still there, opposite of this room. So go try the quiz, go try the QR code, so you learn something about our speakers, and more stuff to do over there. So I hope that you will all manage as much as possible from today, from the conference. Now let's continue with our next really great speaker. A true leader in digital innovation and technology adoption, Filip Dřímalka. Filip is a sought-after consultant across Europe, renowned for his expertise in driving digital transformation and helping businesses and individuals adapt to the ever-evolving tech landscape. He is the founder of several impactful projects like DigiTalks, DigiTask, and DigiChallenge, initiatives that have empowered hundreds of companies and tens of thousands of people to upskill and excel in the digital age. Please join me in welcoming Filip Dřímalka, and he shares his insights on the future of no work, how to succeed in the world of AI.
Good afternoon. There's a small mistake because I don't believe in future of work, but I believe in the future of no work. So my name is Filip Dřímalka. I founded several startups that teach people how to use technology, DigiSkills, DigiTask. In DigiTask, we will be now rebranded for Ability, and we are building Amy, a virtual consultant with our goal to train 1 million people that will be able using AI. And one of the activities I love is we are working on AI hackathons. And this is a quote from one of our clients that participated at AI Hackathon. So basically, they built a system that classified the feedback they received from their clients. And when the sentiment was negative, they sent it to appropriate person. When it was positive, it created a personalized response. The team was able to build such system in one single day, without IT. So today I will be talking about the future of corporate innovation from the business perspective, because I'm not from IT, but I work with the tech a lot, and we see that people from different business units, different departments will be capable of building super smart systems thanks to AI. I wrote a book about it, The Future of No Work. I have a couple of prints here. So after the speech, I will do some giveaway outside of this room. But what is the no work about? For me, it's the work I do that I don't consider to be work. That means that time flies, I enjoy that, and the work that technology does on our behalf. And everything I will show you today, it's not a question of tomorrow, but all the technology I will show you, we use it today. In 2009, Apple registered trademark for there's an app for that. So there's an app for almost everything, and I'm sure I don't have to explain that our businesses are running on so many different apps and online services. I could go even further. And it's not only all those apps. We can look at the mostly used Office applications like Microsoft 365. A couple of years ago, it was 4 or 5 apps. Now it's a dozen of apps that we can interconnect and automate. If you go to There's an AI for that, my favorite platform, last week there was more than 15,000 AI apps. And it's not only about these consumer or business apps, it's also about AI models. So on Hugging Face, you can now find 900,000 AI models. And next year, there will be 2 million AI models for almost anything that you can use. The problem is that organizations are still lagging behind. These are the outputs from our own survey. We asked almost 700 organizations what holds them back, why they are not using AI the way they could. And there are two interesting takeaways or insights. First, finances are not a problem. Bigger problem is that people don't know how to use it, where to start, which models to select, how to run AI projects, how to manage AI projects. And the whole survey, the whole project, was a great example how our work will look like in the age of AI. Because it was my personal project. And I created the survey, the marketing, the website. I analyzed the data thanks to AI. And the whole AI Impact 2023 took me 4.5 man-hours. This showed me that AI can create enormous value, and it enables us to experiment, and what's most important for me, iterate faster. That means that it shortens time from idea to execution. And I will start with 3 examples, how I use it and how we use AI in our projects. So first, automation of meeting notes. Many of our clients ask us, okay, so how do I create presentations with the help of AI? You know, I need to prepare so many presentations. So they pray that Microsoft will come and their Copilot will create presentations for them, but it does not work like that. So what we did is that we are using an AI for transcription of our meetings. And then we built very simple bot in GPT, that means a GPT. And the bot creates the summary based on our prompt, and then when I confirm that this is the content I want, it creates a script that I run on my Mac. So it takes me one single click, and it creates the presentation in our design. We built this workflow manually, and then we built automation. So now, after every client meeting, Microsoft asks, the automation asks, do you want to create a presentation? Is this the output? Is this the content? And when our consultants confirm, it builds the whole presentation for our clients. And this is exactly how we work. We work with the AI manually, and then we build automations, you know, that are proved and that are something that people really use. Next example is quite new. 2 weeks ago, I participated at an amazing event called Hacker Camp, and I received a program for that event. So it's like 1/3 of the whole program. There were hundreds of different sessions and workshops, and I wanted to build a mobile app. So what I did, and it took me 3 prompts, because the first 2 times it was not working, I created Artifact in Claude. Claude is my favorite model. I don't use ChatGPT anymore. And I just asked it to create a mobile user-friendly mobile interface. I uploaded the program, and it created the mobile version of the program with the filters per day, per stages, with the full-text search. This will be huge. For internal innovation, for data analytics, for creating micro-snippets or apps, we are using Claude heavily, and I think it will replace many external services that current organizations use. This is the message I received from our partners at Kebola. So we used a startup. I hidden the name. We used the startup for classification of our emails that go to customer service, and we got annoyed with them. So our engineer just connected our system to Kebola, and we just replaced that startup. And we saved 2,000 euros per month. Yesterday, Klarna announced that they will shut down Salesforce. And I don't know what's behind that, but I see that many internal innovations will be created by people themselves, by business people, because they will be able to build systems, apps, automations, and other tools as well. And the last example is my colleague who participated in a hackathon organized by European Space Agency. And they were trying to build an app that will be running on International Space Station. And since he doesn't know how to code that well, he asked me for the paid version of ChatGPT. And it was amazing to see how ChatGPT supported him through that hackathon. So anytime anything was not working, he just asked ChatGPT. ChatGPT behaved as very patient tutor, responding to every single question. When he uploaded a code with some mistakes, it helped him to correct the code. This is a true story, but it was not my colleague. It was my son, who is 12. He used ChatGPT, they programmed the app. And, you know, when Pavlína was talking about learning, you know, this will be our competitor on the job market in a couple of years. So we need to learn a couple of new things. That's why I believe that the future of AI is really not about technology. It's about new mindset, and even for developers, to start developing different way, to start discovering new ways how to code. It's about new skills for both people from IT and people from business, and new ways of working. And on top of that, of course, leadership. And leadership means not only that I manage people, I manage organization, but that I do something extra. I go an extra mile, I learn something extra and bring it back to my organization. I believe that it all starts with a mindset change, and that we all should see AI in two different levels, on two different levels. So we need to see where are the opportunities. And I don't think that organizations see that clearly, but also we need to see the threats. And the both are super connected. One of our clients has a huge production facility in the Czech Republic, and when we were discussing the use of AI, I showed them autonomous negotiations. It's a technology that basically scans the market, and then it communicates with the suppliers about the pricing of the goods. Now it is also capable to give them a call. So you can call 30 suppliers, get a price quote, and in 20 minutes I have a spreadsheet with the prices. So the purchasing department was excited. And the sales guys said, okay, so we might get into trouble because we have good margins because of our relationships with the purchasing departments. So there are threats, there are opportunities, and both are connected, and we need to be aware of them. Leaders are not ready. When we talk with leaders, they are not using AI themselves. So they don't feel, they don't sense, they don't have sense of urgency because they don't know what is AI capable of today. And the next thing related to mindset. One of my most favorite books is from Andy Grove, the CEO of Intel. And he said, we found out that everything is a production in some way. So no matter if you work in HR, in sales, you produce. And we sometimes forget that because we have a client meeting, then we prepare presentation, then we spend 2 hours in the mailbox, then we have a stand-up meeting and so on. So we sometimes forget that our work is somehow production. And we see that when people are looking at their work and they are able to split their work into tasks and subtasks, and they experiment AI, they can replace so much of their work, of their energy with the AI even now. But it's really here in our heads. We also need new skills. I believe that in the future, soft skills will be even more important because AI will be capable of doing things faster, cheaper, better than us humans. So I believe in imagination and creativity, in general knowledge and systematic thinking, but also in new digital skills for employees on all levels. So low code for me is that I'm able to build digital systems that work on our behalf. And with low code and AI and with all these Copilot studios, people are able to build AI apps themselves. So the goal of all organizations should be to create an environment where people could do the discovery phase, let's say, the small apps, internal apps themselves. With automation, it changes as well. This is a screenshot from Power Automate, but it's quite complex. But if you go to make.com or if you go to Relay, you just describe what you want, and it builds the automation for you. So when Pavlína was talking about trends, I work with the data as well, and when I see a website and I want to crawl it, I want to scrape it, I just ask my AI bot to build automation to scrape the data, and I don't have to build it myself. And this is the way we work. So we automate almost everything, even that we are not coders. And last but not least is AI. Many organizations rely on Microsoft. Many business leaders say, yes, we have AI because we offer our people Microsoft Copilot. This is not the best one. I think that every organization, if they want to use AI, they will need to work with the different models, with the different apps, not only within their platforms and system, but also on a user level. So the most productive people use Claude, they use ChatGPT, they use low-code in different ways. And people sometimes think about user AI as ChatGPT, or they create image, or they create a video, but we try to use it all together. So one of my favorite examples is my avatar. So what you see is not me, this is my avatar. He speaks more than 120 languages. So when we do training in Sweden or in Malaysia, he basically provides training for all these people in their own language. And when we did AI hackathon for Erste, for Česká spořitelna, one of the biggest banks in Central Europe, I had an opening keynote, and then I was asked to summarize the event and had a closing speech. But I needed to leave. So what I did is I collected feedbacks from the people every single hour, and then my colleagues built simple automation that created a summary and sent it to my avatar. And I was sitting at a different organization when I received this message: "You are on stage." So I was at the two places at once. And then we used AI to create a personalized thank you for participation. And my avatar, greeted all the participants individually. And everything was done in 30 minutes. And this is the beauty of AI, that people are able to do amazing, amazing things themselves. But we need to learn how to work differently. That means that we need to first start with our processes, to simplify, standardize, productivize. We need to understand that AI is not only about replacing tedious tasks, but creating more value, and that is able to scale. And we have very small teams that do work for dozens and dozens of people. Why? Because we use a lot of bots, we use a lot of agents, and every single employee has around 50 to 80 virtual employees doing small tasks for them. We started 1.5 years ago, and now both my companies are AI first. That means that before hiring, we try to train digital employees. And there are also a couple of marketplaces for digital employees. Last thing is that I said it's about mindset, skills, and ways of working, and on top of that, leadership. And I love the description and definition of leadership from IKEA. They say that leadership is an action, not a position. So I think the most important question is, what actions will we take today so we can really, really leverage AI tomorrow? Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. That was Filip Dřímalka. Philip, one question from my side, if I can.
Okay.
First of all, thank you for coming here and not sending your avatar.
Yeah.
Really appreciate. My question would be, can you say what is the most rewarding about working with innovations and within digitization?
I think it's about bringing ideas into life, and the faster is the time where your idea becomes somehow solid. It can be an app, it can be improvement. I think this is the satisfaction that the creative people love. And one of the chapters in the book is that we enter the golden age of creators. And I believe that programmers know that when they code something and then it works, that is really something that people just love. And now it is open for more and more people to become such creators and to bring their ideas into life.
And I was wondering then one more thing about the apps. If you cannot find the app you need, do you just create one?
Yes, in the future it will be like that. When I talked about Claude, there was this case when one guy wanted to create a finance splitting app, like Splitwise, when you are with the friends and you want to split bills.
Yeah.
So he uploaded a screenshot of that app and asked Claude to code it. And the Claude created that app. So we entered the golden age of creators, but also golden age of copycats. Yeah, and yes, this will be the reality. So you take a screenshot and it creates and builds an app. And we are still at the beginning. So now the AI apps we have are the stupidest version of AI we will ever have. So I'm really looking forward, because when you get an idea, you will be able to build at least the first version of the app very, very soon.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Filip Dřímalka. So Filip will be available for 10 minutes speed dating in the expo zone if you want. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask him over there. And as he mentioned, he's got some of his books. So I suppose when you ask something interesting, he will reward you with the book. Now I'm happy to welcome on stage representative of one of the partners of this event, agency Promiseo, and her name is Viktória Margitová. She's a senior consultant in digital agency, and by the way, Promiseo is celebrating 15 years this week, and I think that's a great, great success here in Košice. Viktória has over 10 years of expertise in digital marketing, passionate about crafting innovative strategies that connect with audiences. Vicky leverages her extensive experience with leading brands like Deutsche Telekom to deliver impactful results. She has successfully led numerous projects from small startups to multinational corporations, ensuring the development and delivery of high-quality marketing campaigns. Please welcome Vicky Margitová with her talk on digital marketing and AI evolution.
Thank you. So I will just wait. I will just start with a very strong statement. Elon Musk says that our jobs will be taken or replaced by AI pretty soon. So the question is, what kind of future or what kind of dark future lies ahead of us? And I would like to talk a bit about the bright future that is ahead of us, especially in the marketing industry, in relation to usage of AI. I heard it several times that digital marketers are just creating or copying texts created by ChatGPT, and we then sell it to our clients without actual strategy, without actual thinking about what we are sending for the approval. I also heard that we don't really need so many hours spent on ad optimization. We don't have to spend so much time on Google Ads because AI is doing our work. So we either close after this 15th anniversary or we continue the work we do for our clients using the AI. Because it is true, we are using all these tools. This is a very nice statistics for Slovakia and Czech Republic, and it's totally marketing related. Marketers in Czech and Slovakia are mainly using ChatGPT, little bit more in Czech than in Slovak Republic, Midjourney,
DALL-E, Canva, all the tools we know, all the tools we've heard about, but it's not about copying what is created. It's about co-working with these tools to create even better solutions. This is what AI is actually doing for us. AI saves us time. This is the worldwide statistics that says then that more than 1 hour daily is saved by using AI technologies. It's also related to repetitive tasks, also related to creative tasks. More than 85% of people in this worldwide survey said it saves time. AI also reduces manual task time, which is a great advantage for creative people from marketing agencies. And AI also helps with performance marketing in performing data-based analysis and adjustments of the campaigns. Worldwide, mainly marketers are using chatbots. This is from March 2024. They are using CRM, AI-powered CRM softwares, productivity tools, visual tools. So that's a lot of things we can use, but we have to know how to use them and to be effective. I just put a list here of everything we can do. So basically, AI gives us the ability to make better decisions, data-based decisions that we had before, but right now they are even better. We can create better product recommendations. We can personalize the content. We basically have unlimited options when it comes to content personalization. We can segment our target audiences into very, very small groups, and then we can talk to them about their needs and what they want to see. We can greatly accelerate the time of a product to the market, so it saves us time, which is a great advantage, especially from the client point of view. We can use it for search engine optimization. We can use it, as I've already said, for performance marketing. We can create real-time decisions. We can change the bidding of our ads according to these AI suggestions. It doesn't mean that our guys are not needed. They just need to analyze the data that AI gives us. Also, chatbots, customer services. I'm sure you all tried to text with some company and you got a bot reply. If your answer, or if your question is relevant, then you get to some real human being, but it saves time. And many times all these customer service requests are just the same, repetitive, so AI can be used here. Social media communication. Actually, the next speaker will talk about it more, but we also use several AI tools that allow us to moderate content better. And of course, content generation. Copy, videos, images, even audio, everything can be created or co-created with AI. This is Slovakia. Very nice statistics from clients' point of view, marketing agency clients, and also from the agency point of view. So the general approach towards AI in Slovakia is rather positive. More positive, obviously, on the agency side than on the client side, but with these crazy numbers within the positive range, I believe we are getting there. So it's accepted, and I believe next year's it will be even better. And this is what Slovak marketers from Slovak digital agencies are using AI for. It's mainly copywriting, inspiration in creating creative ideas, so strategy, content perspective, images, collection of information, collection of data, and of course then you have some video content, music content, but it's very limited as of now because it's not as powerful as the first mentions. This is how it's done.
Volvo for life.
This video was created from the initial creative idea to the whole post-production in less than 24 hours. It looks like a very complicated production, post-production, a lot of animation work, but in reality it took some random guy who had some free time, less than 24 hours to create with AI. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure it would be a crazy expensive ad. This is the new future for us, probably. We have another example. This is our example from our agency. We are working with the Union of Blind and Partially Imparted in Slovakia. And last year, in the main campaign for the whole year, for the collection of donations to the union, we created a campaign using AI. It was also pretty easy for the production. We asked blind people who were sitting in a big space how they imagine Colosseum and Eiffel Tower in their minds. We used the ideas or the visions they had in their minds as prompts, and we asked AI to create the actual images of Colosseum and Eiffel Tower according to these descriptions. This is only in Slovak, but I just explained the point of the video, so I believe it will be understandable for all of you.
Vysoká kovová stavba, dole širšia, na vrchu užšia.
Je to postavené z nejakých tehál a vyzerá to ako číslo 0.
Nevidiaci a slabozrakí vnímajú svet vďaka svojej predstavivosti.
S pomocou bielej pastelky si ho môžu vychutnať po svojom.
Podporte ich príspevkom v uliciach 22. septembra.
Alebo SMS-kou na číslo 820 v hodnote 2 eur už teraz.
Ďakujeme.
Very nice AI usage, I believe. By the way, the collection donation day is Friday this week, so if you want, that will be appreciated. But that's also a very nice example from our work, how we actually use AI and how we can create things that took crazy amounts of hours before. Our conference today, our agency created the visuals. This is also created with the help of AI. Another campaign we have, that's a collaboration with Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions and also with the Center of Early Intervention. In Košice, this is AI-generated image. I'm pretty sure you can imagine how difficult it would be to have a photo shoot with a little baby asking for gestures like this one. This is pure AI work. This one as well. This one too. And sometimes you can also, be sexy if you want to. This is the other way how we use it or how we can use it. Right now, this is not available in Slovak language. As of now, it supports only English. So if you want some help or you are a performance guy that needs some inspiration when it comes to actual content of your search ads, you can just ask AI to create something. So it works very easy. You put your URL address there, and the AI creates or gives you proposals for keywords, headlines, descriptions of the search ads that you create. And this is also happening. People always wanted to be first on Google, always wanted to be recommended on Google. Now they want to be recommended on ChatGPT. So what we are experiencing right now is some kind of I would say, positive industry disruption that allows us to be more creative, allows us to create more content than ever, crazy personalized content. So basically you have this main idea, umbrella campaign, or umbrella idea of the campaign, and then you can move to the content factory for your benefit than having the budget that big corporations have. Of course, there are some negative parts of this disruption. First of all, that's the data and content accuracy. There are many factual errors that these tools give you, but you shouldn't forget about your judgment. You shouldn't forget about your mind, brain thinking. It has to be a cooperation. There are also many ethical, copyright, privacy concerns, and I read a lot of articles saying that this speed of evolving of AI is way faster than the governance behind it. So Gartner also says that people from the marketing departments who are responsible for some brand reputations see a great risk related to AI and dealing with AI within the brand strategies they have, and they don't really know how to deal with it yet. Sometimes it used to be true that everything written on Google is true. I'm starting to have a feeling that right now many people believe everything ChatGPT says. This is the mini version. I asked 2 days ago, what are the airports, or what are the flights from Košice airport? The first one is Bratislava. So even ChatGPT dreams of this route, but it's not true. If you don't understand what kind of ChatGPT version you are using, you will believe this information because that's what ChatGPT said. If you use the other version, you get totally different result. So once again, it should be more about the ability of us, the ability of our agency people to use these AI technologies while using their human judgment as well, while staying creative and while focusing on these brand assets and the brand positioning that we all agreed on. So just to sum up, I believe from the marketing point of view and from the agency point of view, we should really start accepting AI as part of our work. We should learn how to use it for our benefit, and we should also keep being creative because that's the only way how to do it. But I'm pretty sure that if the brand doesn't want to use AI, it may have some very bad results for the brand in the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Vicky Margitová from Promiseo. Vicky, I wanted to ask you about the future of marketing agencies, and maybe if you can say if it's not endangered, but as I saw the videos, I don't think so, right? Because just because of all those apps that Filip or Henry mentioned, there are so many tools nowadays that we can use it ourselves also for our marketing. What do you think? Is it maybe a bit endangered regarding the agency's work for the future or not?
Well, it depends on how you approach these tools, because if you are just satisfied with the first random copy that ChatGPT suggests, yes, we can be in danger, but it means you don't understand marketing. So for people who understand that every piece of communication then the brand sends to the world, there has to be some strategy, some big creative idea. I'm pretty sure we are not in danger. What I believe may happen, we may start kind of fusing or merging two positions into one, or our job descriptions will change a bit because we will have to work with AI more. Maybe we will be able to fuse content creators with copywriters, social media guys, but this creative thinking of us can never be replaced by AI in the full extent.
And one more question. I was wondering if you are able maybe to guess or to see when, for example, some text within a social media network was created by AI or not. Can you say it from the experience?
Yeah, there are tools, and actually Cyril is sitting here and he has got a very good blog post about it. There are certain words, there are certain phrases that can tell that it's written by AI. Also, suddenly everyone has perfect English, which is a good benefit, but it's also not really how it works, or we know the truth. So yeah, it's possible to detect it, but it's not bad. It's not bad to use these texts, but you should change them to your own style. You should be able to put your personal touch into what ChatGPT generates, and the result will be way, way better and more natural for you.
Yeah, and authentic, right?
Yeah, authentic.
Thank you very much. That was Vicky Margitová from Promiseo.
Thank you.
So I believe Vicky is also available for the speed dating if you have any more questions for her within the expo zone, where, by the way, are still all those side activities waiting for you for around an hour from this time. So if you want to try them and you haven't done so, you can do it during the next 1 hour, or stay here with us because we've got some more interesting things for you within our program, like our next speaker. Tomáš Halász is the co-founder and CEO of TrollWall AI, an AI-powered social media moderation tool with human-level accuracy. TrollWall AI was developed in response to the rise of hateful and vulgar comments on social networks, addressing the urgent need to combat toxic online behavior. As a community manager and activist, Tomáš recognized the need for a tool that could effectively filter harmful comments. And the team at TrollWall AI leverages proprietary artificial intelligence to automatically filter damaging content, now safeguarding hundreds of profiles in 7 countries from reputational risks. Its users include newspapers, companies such as O2, PR agencies, IIHF, Ice Hockey Championship, Armed Forces, or even Slovak President Zuzana Čaputová, former president. Please welcome Tomáš Halász with his talk, AI for Good, How TrollWall AI Defends Against Hateful Comments and Saves Time for Social Media Managers.
Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the introduction. And I hope you're all ready for some hate. Because unfortunately, 15% of all comments on the social media platforms are hateful, toxic, and vulgar. We at TrollWall AI, just here in Slovakia, we scraped more than 500 pages over 3 months, scraped more than 7 million comments, and found 15% of them were hateful, toxic, and vulgar. And they look like this. These are real-world comments written under social media profiles of our clients, and all been removed within a second. And I didn't read them because I read too many of these kind of comments. Our AI is trained to define hate as abusive, insulting, discriminatory, or threatening and vulgar comments. And I really read many of them, because I was working as a social media manager for Vice President of European Parliament, Martin Hojsík, and mostly after the invasion to Ukraine, we get up to 1,000 comments a day, from which up to 50% were supposed to be hidden because they were awful. And they were coming every day, during the nights, every weekend, during the holidays. And you can imagine that me and my team were not really happy about that. And it's all because social media platforms, they just don't moderate properly in non-English languages. At some point, I got fed up with it. I called my friends from IT experts, because I'm no coder, and I said, it cannot be so hard, make something. And we make first MVP, which was working pretty fine for me. So we gave it to NGOs, we gave it to media companies, we even gave it to test to presidential campaign of Peter Pavel. And at some point, they asked for invoice, so we started the company. And honestly, I didn't care if there will be AI there. I'm a product guy, as far as it works. But we found that without our own AI, it just doesn't work. And now, TrollWall hides automatically toxic, vulgar, and hateful comments. It understands the complex sentences, emojis, and is trained by local people, native speakers, because hate is very contextual and very cultural based. We support more than 7 languages on 4 platforms. And no, we don't just call GPT. We use our own technology, we train on our own data, And we have full control over the tech stack from the beginning to the deployment. And that's why we beat our competitors, international competitors, not just in the languages which they don't support, like Slavic, but also in the major languages like German and English. But of course, you all know, you work with AI. AI is as clever as the data you're giving it. And that's also the biggest challenge. This is really simplified version how we train our AI. This pointer. We take comments, real-world comments, because people on the internet, they write differently than on academic papers. We use at least 3 native speakers, usually 4 or 5, who are labeling the data for cross-validation. For example, for German, we use Eastern German guy, Western German, and Austrian, and found out that even they are swearing differently because they are swearing on each other. Yeah, true. And after that, after they agree on the data, under supervision of our annotation manager, who is linguistic expert, we get a data set which we use for training, validation, and test, etc. This is really simplified version. Of course, we do a lot of data cleaning for multiple things. And then we go to update, and we update our model twice a month because language is changing, and we also find some out-of-domain knowledge. And that's one of the challenges. I will not tell you that AI works everywhere, everything works great, and AI will solve everything. That's just not true. Of course, the biggest problem, I guess, for all AI guys who do that is the labeling. I was doing the moderation, and I know that I was more precise on Monday, I was more tired on Friday, and the same type of comments, which I would flag as abusive on Monday, I would maybe skip on Friday. And we see this with our annotators. And we are doing the cross-validation, et cetera, et cetera. And then latency and computation cost. To stop discussion to become hateful and toxic, we need to remove the comments ASAP within a second, because otherwise the spiral starts, and it's too late to make it in half a minute, 1 minute. So that's why we are not using some large language model with huge computational cost and latency. We made our own fine-tuned model, which has just 600 million parameters. So it's much faster, it's cheaper, and the latency is really low. At the beginning, we had problem with the base model. As you know, our under-resourced languages, Slovak, Czech, Polish, it was hard to find a base model. And that moved us also to generally move from multiple single models to one single multi-language model. We needed to get over the problem that the same sentence or even the same word in Slovak is fine, while in Polish is not. And of course, out-of-domain coverage. That's generally mean new swear words and new sentences. They are often coming from far right, from American English, and they are moving to our languages. And also sometimes, because at the beginning the model was pretty aggressive, because we are showing the worst and worst of people, we find out that the same word can be used in the good sentence, in the normal sentence, but our AI was so aggressive that started hiding it. Thankfully, we sorted out. What might be interesting, we find with our clients, there's a huge problem with the spam comments. They either try to get you to buy fake tickets, join the fake live stream of events, or just becoming friends so they can get you or maybe your mom, your grandma, to become a friend with some American soldier who needs help with 50,000 euros. And for that spam, we made a special model. And AI is not a product we can sell. It's not a product the social media managers can use. We needed to pack it in the product for them, which is with a full web interface, where they can do all this community management, liking, replying, etc. So they can spend time with their followers and not haters. And thanks to a new feature, the AI will generate a reply to their comments based on their knowledge base, and will save up to 80% of their time on community management. We start the company just last year in Slovak, and this year we expanded to Czech, Polish, Romanian, German, English. And thanks to the cooperation with one NGO who is supporting female politicians who are often targeted mostly by online hate, we get TrollWall to be used in Latin America with a special Latin American Spanish version. As was said, our clients include corporations, T-Mobile, media companies, sports clubs, free presidents, law enforcement, NGOs. But we don't just care about selling the product, we care about this mission, which is really close to my heart. So that's why we started No Hate Initiative, which just in Slovakia got more than 130 companies and institutions to pledge that they will moderate their comment sections, because they have the right to do, and now they have the tools to do. And thanks to this initiative, we made also guidelines, and we are monitoring them if they fulfill their pledge. I can tell you off record, we already kicked one member out. We also do analysis. We were scraping, as I said, millions of comments during the Slovak elections, presidential elections, after the shooting on the Charles University last year, and today already with 2 assassination attempts. We are doing the analysis, and we are also giving to the NGOs and to the communication people who understand better this problem. And our expectation was that the amount of hateful comments will rise when the election will come in closer and closer. That was our expectation. But all the studies showed, our analysis showed, that the peak, like in case of Slovak elections, was not on the day of the elections, and was not even rising percentage. The percentage was from 9 to 13%. But we had one spike when the 2 politicians fight on the live stream, and Slovak guys understand. And all the analysis showed that there is significant increase in number of comments during the elections, but the percentage of hateful comments remain consistent, which is showing that this is a problem we can solve with moderation. Because some people, and I'm sure that you too, will not write something toxic, vulgar, hateful, even when there are election days. And of course, I need to say, Facebook doesn't care. They don't moderate better during the elections, and they don't moderate better since there is a Digital Service Act or Code of Conduct. And because we all know, not just here in Slovakia, that online hate can resolve in real-world violence. There was a case of terrorist attack of radicalized, far-right, crazy guy, terrorist. He came to the LGBT bar because he believed all this online hate, he believed all these crazy things, and he started shooting, and he killed 2 people. And of course, what was for me as an activist really sad, that even after this attack, these LGBTQ organizations got hateful comments like, 2 is not enough. I was happy that TrollWall could help at least with that, as far as we can help. During our journey, we checked more than 12 million comments, removed more than 3 million of them, and we protect more than 400 profiles, proudly supporting more than 40 NGOs. We cannot, and AI cannot solve this problem because this is a problem of the society. But there is things which technology can do. If small startup in Slovakia, now in 7 countries, can do this kind of model, I'm sure the big multinational corporation can do as well. So this is not a technical problem. And I get often the question, why, if you are not worried that Facebook start to moderate better? Honestly, you are business people. If they have 1,000 data scientists and they need to choose where they will focus, will they focus on moderation or will they focus on llama, which will bring them money? And that's the answer. So we still will continue our journey, working with our clients, and I hope many more companies and institutions will join, and we will try to use our AI to make a social media a better place for all of us, one checked comment at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. There was Tomáš Halász, the co-founder of TrollWall. Amazing. I think this initiative is very great, and I feel like you make the world even a better place to live in, or at least you bring the feeling to us.
Thank
My
you.
question is if the TrollWall is something what wants to compete with these large language models.
That's a good question. We get this question often. Also, why we are not just calling GPT. As all data scientists know, there is amount of data which these large language models are trained, and they usually don't understand the swear words, they don't understand local languages, they don't understand the local context. And secondly, large language models are pretty hard to make on such a scale, to make them responsive and make them computer cost savings. Because if you use for all the data we are already scraped and already evaluated, the large language model, I will need to sell my kidney. So we are not worried about that, and I will be. We are using LLMs, large language models, for other tasks, for like maybe some data cleaning, but we are not using them for the production for this. So we are not worried about that. And also, still, their focus will be English, major languages. They will not understand Slovak swear words coming from Eastern Slovakia or from Western Slovakia, and we know that they are quite interesting. So, no.
I wonder maybe what was the most inspiring collaboration you had from all of these? Because I was curious, of course, about the communication with the presidents,
yes.
right? If you could say maybe an example of that.
Like we, of course, value all of them, all of our clients, as we do. I'm very proud of that Auschwitz Museum in Poland chose us, because that was pure product quality. There was no, friendly relationships. But now, from the personal point of view, I'm happy that like whenever comes some small NGO that is under attack, and they are quite often now these days, and they come to TrollWall, we just say them like, make a free trial, we'll change it to free totally, because while the companies, thanks to all the companies which are saving and protecting their brand reputation and saving their time, thanks to all of them that they are paying for the service, we can also support these NGOs we couldn't afford our service. So that's what makes us really happy in our team.
Can you tell us what are your future plans?
We plan to scale horizontally to other languages now, because before the training for Slovak language took us for the really good quality 9 months. Now, thanks to all the optimization, all this great data science stuff, we can make it in 6 weeks. So now we are choosing the language depending on the leads where we have already clients proposed. But also vertically, we are adding new features which are helping social media managers, like replying, inboxes, and generally just to do their works better, because usually social media managers have other things better to do than just to spend too much time on comment sections.
Yeah, and also I just wanted to comment that it's always easy to write than to speak up, right? So that's why maybe of the comments, because people are really, really brave when they are writing, but they maybe wouldn't tell it into
yes,
the
and I need to say, also our clients say that after the moderation, the discussion come to be healthy. Because people who are hating your company or your page will not buy your product anyway. But the normal silent majority will not come to discussion which is toxic. And there are studies to showing that. And also minorities, women are not joining discussion. So we are helping them to bring more people to the discussion, and which helps us as a society, helps the companies. And I'm just happy to do that on the large scale.
Thank you very much. Are you going to be available for the speed dating for some questions?
Yes, sure, of
great.
course.
Thank you. That was Tomáš Halász from TrollWall.
Thank you.
So again, if you have any questions, you will find Tomáš within the expo zone if you want to ask him something. But also I would like you to stay here for a few more minutes, because before finishing our session with a really interesting discussion and maybe a wrap-up, I would like to join one more interactive activity. So I hope your Slido is ready. We're going to use it also for the questions within the discussion we're going to have. But first of all, let's do the so-called word cloud. And now you get a chance to answer not from the list of options, but just tell me in 2 words maximum, what is the most bizarre job you think AI should never have? So 1 or 2 words. What do you think or according to your opinion, what is the most bizarre job you think AI should never have? I'll give a little time to all of you. Leadership, nice. Huh? So a bar fellow. I'm wondering what would be the conversation. Would be in a bar with AI. Politics, suppose. Be your boss, a priest. Police officer. Politics wins. And it's obvious, and I think that I do agree as well. Kid, like a job, a kid, right? Artist, okay. Toilet cleaner. Marriage consultant, doctor. Interesting. Kindergarten teacher. So we got the discussion or the one question about the teachers today already. So I can see that you took something from that question, or maybe from the fun fact I told you. So doctor and politics, somebody's typing still, so I'll give you a bit of a time. Application developer. Somebody doesn't want to steal the job of application developer by AI. Therapist. No, would be interesting. Controller of authenticity. Nice. I think that we have some similar opinions here. So doctors and politics should stay humans still, okay? Thank you very much for taking part in this activity. And that was the last one, the last interactive activity we've got here for us. And now the discussion is coming up. I'm just wondering if the stage is going to change with the chairs. Hopefully, yes. But before that, let me maybe do a short wrap-up of what we heard today. So we heard about lots of tools to be used and being used within AI. We heard about the need to use these endless opportunities within AI, but if you want to be successful, you also need to consider everything around that. And this is what we are going to talk about within our discussion, maybe more from the point of view of the organizer, Deutsche Telekom, and then also from the point of view of educational institution, because there are going to be people here on stage with me who are exactly from these fields. So one more chair is coming. And now I would like to welcome my precious guests here. Please, warm welcome and a big applause for Juraj Girman and Juraj Gazda. Nice t-shirts, guys.
Thank you very much.
Beautiful.
So I already have one question in my mind regarding that. But before, I'm really excited to welcome Juraj Girman here, chairman of the board of directors at Košice IT Valley and the Carpathian Foundation. Juraj is renowned for his leadership and expertise in the region, and as a representative of Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions Slovakia, he brings a wealth of global experience in innovation and technology. With a distinguished career at Deutsche Telekom since 2008 and his role on the Slovak Governmental Council for Science, Research and Innovations, Juraj is at the forefront of advancing our technological landscape. Juraj, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thanks
We're
for
very happy to have you here. And let's not forget already familiar face from today's morning, Juraj Gazda, who you may remember earlier from his presentation and research. As the Vice Rector for Technology and Transfer at the Technical University of Košice, Juraj continues to drive significant advancement in technology and research. Welcome once more.
Good afternoon. So prerequisite to be in the panel, your name must be Juraj, yeah?
Yeah, you can call me Juraj G. Yeah.
Thank you. That helps me so much. So Juraj and Juraj G. So, gentlemen, after today, how do you see maybe the future for AI? Is it bright, and maybe specifically in the context of the region and the education? So we can start with the region, maybe.
Mr. Professor.
Definitely. The future of AI in education is bright. I believe AI would penetrate educational system in much more broader way as it is currently, actually. Even at the university, we all are aware that the people or the students are using GPT or some other versions of large language models to prepare some assignments and so on and so forth. So this is quite tricky, but somehow we need to change maybe the educational system to address the problem. Or maybe you can take advantage of existence of these AI tools, and maybe we should improve somehow educational system based on the existence of these tools. Actually, it's quite tricky. Yeah.
Is it like misused a bit, this ChatGPT? Can you say it loud that it is?
The question is, what is misused? Some professors, for example, tolerate the application of GPT, for example. Even I somehow even endorse people to use AI tools to improve the assignments. But then, the threshold between what is actually their work and what is the work of the AI, it's really difficult to determine, I would say.
Juraj, how about the region and the future of AI?
It's a very difficult question because I think there are many of fortune tellers want to be in the topic of AI, and I think nobody knows exactly what's going to happen. But I really like the quote of Cyril, he was quoting Claudia Nemat in the morning, that now it's hype over probably and we can really focus on the value generation. But I think the IT sector, IT branch in Eastern Slovakia, by the way, 10% of people work in IT. In Bratislava, it's only 6.something percent, which is sign that IT is very important here in the region. On the other hand, it's also a sign that it has been built up unorganically. It's not naturally, but it's the root of the growth in the region is labor cost arbitrage, and big corporations simply shifted the work to the eastern part of Slovakia for whatever reason. And I think independently from AI, this growing paradigm is under the challenge. I'm not talking about the threat, but we already see, like, for example, when I studied, that you couldn't start your own IT company because even you couldn't buy a server, or you didn't have physically a place where to put it. Yeah? And now, if everything is on the cloud, everything is a software defined, I think you can do whatever you want. And now we've seen, so that IT, I like the presentation of Filip Dřímalka, that now even business people who don't know how to do the things, so then suddenly are able at least pilot functional, presentable products, but then you can, with some support of professional people, you can immediately make to the highest professional standard. And I think that this trend is already the challenge, and out of the 17,000 of people working in IT here, 7,000 are deep technologists. So I mean, especially for those 10,000 where we are talking about probably where there was a human aspect necessary within the decision or some responsibility click, such work will be under the challenge. So I mean, this region came from the time when growth was based on the costs, then based on the knowledge, and now I think the future growth should be driven by business ideas, but I'm very optimistic because we have at least universities here, we have an airport here, so we have everything here which is necessary for the future growth of IT branch, only how to put it together. Yeah.
By the way, you can ask questions, okay? So Slido is for you, ready. This discussion is for you, for any questions you've got towards one or the other one, Juraj.
So future is bright, but we need to do something about it.
Yes, we need to do. Thank you for repeating that, because I got a question. What is the thing we do really great here from Košice? So this is that we are ready, but we need to do something, or maybe can you elaborate even more? What is great Košice now within AI?
I think we are unique comparing to the other places, so that we are connected and we are flexible. I doubt that there is possible somewhere else on the world to come to the university, and university is such open for every collaboration and everything, but we need to use it probably much more intensive. But the fact that we are in the I don't know whether you realize it, but Košice is the most developed city in the broader historical Carpathian region. Yeah? And we have an opportunity. So I don't want to say that we are in the middle of the nowhere, but that we are here on a very small area, yeah? And we have everything here, and we are connected. This is our huge advantage for the future.
Regarding education, do you think, but it's also connected like with the future work for these maybe juniors, are there going to be like less opportunities for these juniors? What do you think?
Well, I think for the juniors in the industry, you mean. So I think it's a better question for you, right? Not to me, because I'm still in the academia, but I believe those junior positions would be definitely in the future, not completely, but somehow replaced by the rise of the AI. Even right now, we have various versions of the co-pilots which somehow produce the code, and it's very readable code and really polished code. So I believe especially in the IT industry, those junior positions are definitely jeopardized by the existence of the AI. And we are not talking about the future advancements in the AI, which I think would be really amazing.
So universities do something to maybe...
Well, universities are still struggling, I believe, with the AI and the existence of the AI, because academia is really slow. We still lag the progress behind the progress of the AI. So, although we are trying to do something, as I said, for example, in the educational system, I believe there is still much to do in order to somehow be ready for the rise of the AI. But I'm talking about the IT industry, right?
And can you name this much to do? What is it like? What is the like the foster the cooperation more within the IT field, I suppose, and with the companies as well?
Well, of course, we need to foster the collaboration with the companies, and we need to perhaps try to increase the creativity of the students, because by, for example, preparing much more complex assignments. When I was the student at TU Delft, it was almost 20 years ago. I really remember the fact that there were some kind of open exams, and the exam took, I think, 6 hours. You could have used whatever you wanted, but anyways, I think half of the students didn't pass the exam. So maybe it's time to start this kind of exams also here at the Technical University, because by doing that, we can really evaluate what are the skills of the students. Right now, you know, if we are doing some tests or some oral exams, this is still something which can be somehow passed. But I believe if you want to really check the real skills and knowledge of the students, we need to go, for example, we need to go with that direction, like open exams, and to check how flexible our students are, and so on and so forth.
We've got one question from Pali within Slido. I like to see business and university working together. What can businesses learn from universities? And what can universities learn from businesses? Very interesting.
What can universities learn from the businesses? Well, actually, I think international collaboration in terms, for example, of Deutsche Telekom, I believe we still have really many things to learn from, for example, from Deutsche Telekom, because I really admire what kind of international collaboration you have between various departments and so on. Although even at our university, of course, we can find some small spots of some international collaboration. I still believe many of our teams at our university are completely isolated without having any collaboration with the foreign universities. Neither, I'm not talking about the collaboration between between various departments and business companies, for example. So still, this is the thing I really believe we need to make some progress.
This is the topic which is partially driven by me in a very controversial way, because I tend to criticize here business environment from lack of domain knowledge, and I know that I had also some fights with some C-level representatives here in the region that this is not true. I still believe that this will be decided. You need to understand the business, that IT is just the skill of the business in the future. And second thing, I still I believe that the companies here locally, they overestimate the term of science and research. Yeah. We still believe that it must be some cure for the cancer or something, but there are a lot of problems in the business, in the companies here, which can be solved in the collaboration with the university. Yeah, the scientists can deal with the real work. Then you can also probably compensate this junior problem in the future. Yeah. On the other hand, this might be value proposition that local leaderships, within these big groups, international companies, they can also offer this as a package that, okay, we have also science and research capabilities here. And this is something what I think we need to speed up, learn, and live much more intensively. Yeah. So, and my opinion is that both relevant universities, when we are talking about the IT here, are open for that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Maybe the question again about the students, because it was mentioned in one of the presentations today that like the presentation skills will be really needed and maybe more important, these soft skills like the hard skills. Do you agree? Or is there more need to maybe motivate students to study science and technology, so the hard skills are more important?
Well, I believe both sides are very important, especially when talking about the soft skills. I'm talking even including me, you know, our IT sector, IT people really lacks those skills. Actually, if I take a look on my students, including me, of course, really like the performance, for example, of Juraj, who is much better with that. So I believe we need to make some progress there, and we need to learn this kind of skills, definitely, both teachers and students. And what was the second part of the question?
If there is a need to motivate students more to study science and technology.
Well, I don't know the concrete numbers, but I believe right now we have really enough students. On the other hand, we need to motivate them to study, because all the time I have a feeling that the students, they really underestimate the importance of the university studies. And I believe they prefer to really enjoy the university life, but from other perspective, not the studying itself. So I would say that we need to somehow motivate them to study hard, because as I said before, the time is the only asset that can't be replaced. I think Bill Gates said that. So the time is the only asset that cannot be replaced. Therefore, they need to really spend the time at the university efficiently and try to gather as much knowledge as possible.
I think the motivation and purpose will be clear, because I don't know how you are, but when I studied, there was a clear, if you were in the family that everybody got a degree, university degree, then you somehow went to secondary grammar school, gymnasium in our case, and then somehow you needed to go there. And then suddenly you pick up the subjects and everything, you know, and then there came aha effect in third or fourth year of study and something. But now I think this motivation is obsolete, because now with all AI, you can theoretically, with that stuff, with the help of that, pass through this without deeper understanding. Yeah. But then later you will find out. So I think key motivation. There must be clear for you why I study and what is possible. But there is also a huge advantage. I remember when I studied, there was no content was a problem, books were a problem, you know, language, yeah. Now everybody speaks English, yeah. In that time, it was like, you know, a funny story, yeah, with the English language even, yeah. But now you can even in YouTube see stuff from Oxford, yeah, and Stanford, and you can compare also with here. You can, but you need to have a motivation, and unless your motivation is to graduate, I think you got a problem for the future.
So when talking about English, so you can learn English just by yourself. So then, how, for example, with the job structure, it looks like regarding this teaching. So are English teachers still like needed when we have these tools?
Absolutely, the English teachers are needed, as I said in the morning, for example. So it's better for me to interact with my teacher rather than. I think actually also GPT has allows for the interaction between the GPT itself and the guy and the student. So you can somehow interact with artificial intelligence, and it gives you some feedback how to improve your English. But I still prefer to have the feedback from my teacher rather than the AI agent. So.
Yeah, when you go abroad, you need to speak, right? So it's not that just we learn from some videos and
the question is whether such teacher is still teacher or is not the coach, not the consultant, you know. Yeah?
Maybe
and probably this is also the way that you don't need a teacher who is explaining basic stuff. This can do AI for you, but probably you will come and discuss with the group of with the class, and this needs much different way towards the study.
We've got some questions, and thank you for the question about the T-shirt, because I was about to ask, so what are your T-shirts referring to?
Well, I think you should answer that question.
Okay, so I got a dream, because, you know, we got here Wiki with marketing, yeah? And marketing has two kinds of evils. Yeah, Peter, don't get me wrong, but one is that everything is now putting in digital on the screen, yeah, and you know, dopamine and this stuff. But second thing, you are putting stuff which is interesting for clicks, yeah? And my experience from my last 10 years is that there is enormous number of very knowledgeable people here in the Eastern Slovakia and Slovakia in general. But publicity they don't create so many clicks, you know. Yeah. So that was my dream, like since 3 years, I would say, that I would love to start the podcast with the scientists and knowledgeable people from the region. Yeah. And this podcast is called Vedomosti. Yeah. So. For English speaker, you can try to translate it, yeah. And Juraj got the privilege, or I got the privilege that Juraj was my first guest, and there will be probably next week there will be a release of that first podcast. Yeah. Second will be Professor Jarčuška, and third one, yeah, I need to keep it for me because the person is still not informed yet. So I still hope that you will also. We can have a reach with that topic as well, so then you will be also listeners.
So it's like a bridges of knowledge, let's say.
Exactly.
Where are we gonna experience it? Where are we gonna watch it on YouTube?
I don't know. Juraj?
Probably next week.
Okay, so let's see. I'm really looking forward to this. Let's continue with the questions within Slido. What about the new generation? Do you notice any differences in their approach to work and study compared to previous generations?
I believe so. They are much eager to study and to work, I think. Even when we actually did study, I think it was not so obvious to work actually during the studies. Did you work during your study, Juraj? I did not, you know, so currently our students and our faculty, most of these guys work during the studies, and of course they prefer work to the education, unfortunately. So, but I think, in generally speaking, the students today can solve or sort out much more complex problems and so on. So I really envy what kind of things they are actually capable to do.
For me, it's like, I'm not sure, I think it's not that bad, because every generation is complaining about that the young are not okay, yeah? Kids are not right. There was such album when I was studying at the secondary, yeah, the Offspring. So I think kids are all right, but the motivation is a bit different. And we obviously see that I'm still only having my German words today on my mind, but there is a Konjunktur, Wohlstand, so like these good times, and you already see that they didn't need to fight for the things which are obvious, yeah, for today. So probably then this is more leading to the times that the extremes are much higher. So I think goods are even better than were before. But probably lazy people are much lazy than it was before, and there is enough opportunity to also to be lazy these
How
days.
to cheat the system, so.
Yeah.
There is a next question about you.
Yeah.
Can we answer?
What is the question? Yeah.
Juraj, thank you for your work. Sad to see the best leader in years to leave the company. Are you leaving because you don't believe in the future of DTIT or region? So I suppose not.
Maros, thank you very much. I still I think that I know that which Maros is this. If not, okay. Okay, thank you very much for your feedback. I really, really appreciate it. Yes, so no, but after 16 years, I simply decided there is a time to turn the page, you know, and also to go for something new. And you know, I got the full mouth of, in last years also, of the golden cage syndrome and how we all need to challenge ourselves and go for development. And so probably also a good time to show it also in my case. Yeah, so no, and I'm not leaving region. Of course, I cannot avoid that there will be an international environment, and there will be also, probably it will be not Košice only, but as of today, I'm staying in the region. And I am deeply rooted to the region, and I'm really convinced that this region is worth to live and worth to work for.
And we are so happy to have
Maybe
you.
I can reveal the secret. He's joining our university, right? No, that was just a joke, of course.
As the president, yeah. Yeah, but there are rumors, so already, so like I'm taking.
Let's keep it a secret now.
The most I like, my favorite is that I'm taking over Volvo.
Okay.
But I drive privately one Volvo, yeah.
I think that's one of the first questions a person got when he is changing the job, right? Last question in slide 2. How are you going to adapt learning methods on university regarding the fact that AI exists and is available for anybody at any time?
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at that question for quite a long time already. And the question is, it's very difficult. I don't know the answer, to be honest, because AI is everywhere. So actually, it's not only about the AI, but as Juraj said, there are a lot of YouTube videos from various universities, much more prestigious universities than technical universities, and much better professors. So it's very difficult right now to come up with some solution how to change the learning methods. Actually, many people, many students are somehow satisfied with the current methods, or I believe something must be changed, but still I don't know the solution, unfortunately, because it's extremely difficult to how can we solve that? Are we going to change the assignments, for example? If we change it, of course, any assignments can be solved right now by ChatGPT, for example, by prompting, by creating a really reasonable prompting system, and therefore I think it's a really challenging problem right now for the universities, and we need to find some solution. But the solution will be very difficult to find, actually.
But I wouldn't find only solutions within the university, but also students and how we grow kids and everything, you know, because what is the model, AI model? Yeah. It's a virtual person, yeah? And honestly, if I tell you that the Earth is flat, yeah, okay, it's a bit weird example, but you know, but do you trust me? Yeah, are you gonna trust me? Also try to challenge my credibility and everything, you know, yeah? Or what is the difference when because during our times we bought actually the exercises and code. You know,
I didn't buy that.
I bought once, sorry, but not an important one. But okay, a piece of code. Yeah. And also, you know, yeah, but if I want to use it as a completely that I will just click and send it to Juraj and I will get a note, that's fine. But if I want, now there's opportunity that AI will explain the code line by line, everything. A lot of examples. Me personally, I'm using it, for example, when there is some new architecture, I want to understand something, you know, then I will describe it and try to, I let AI explain to me how does it work. If I don't understand, please simplify it more, etc. Yeah, yeah. So, and I think this is a great opportunity, you know, to be smart in much shorter time.
But the question is, why do we need teachers if you have your personal teacher right now, as a ChatGPT, for example? So
to coach, to train, to show,
maybe.
To guide, yeah.
To guide, but also you can be guided by this GPT. So, as you said, because you know, if you want to make the problem much more trivial, you just ask the GPT to make it more trivial. So it's like being your personal assistant, being a personal teacher.
But also the professors cannot like write with right hand and wipe it out with left hand, you know. It must be also accessible.
I think that was a nice wrap-up of the discussion, and also I think that it's fine that some questions will remain unanswered after today, right? But we have many things to think of after today's conference. Thank you very much. That was Juraj Girman and Juraj Gazda.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we've got here the finish and the final remarks, but it's not only on me. But if I could, just from my side, to wrap up what we heard today. So once again, I told you before, AI has endless opportunities, and if we want to be successful, we should be using that. Processes, we learned processes that need to come with AI when incorporated into one's strategy. We learned also biggest AI challenges we encounter. I think that we can agree, because we are all here together and we live here, that Košice region is a tech hub and is constantly developing community of AI with its innovation potential. And there is maybe a need or a want to be more as a trendsetter, not only a follower of AI and its technologies. But now let's also hear the final remarks from the organizers. Please welcome Michal Kováčik and Ľubica Neupauerová.
Wow, what a day. I'm sure it's not only my head that's grown a little with all the information that was presented here today on the stage. We could see the topic of the AI from so many viewpoints, its challenges, its opportunities, where it can be used, but also, unfortunately, how it can affect us in a wrong way. Where are the dark sides of the AI and what everything lures in, maybe in the dark corners, but also some very promising ways how to tackle it and how to move forward, how to leverage the potential and find the value. But Michal, what is your view, as all this event is also somehow your child or your idea?
Actually, not just mine. Thank you also for the organizing team, Lukáš, Saška, and all members who were very helpful today, and also months ago. So it's not just for today. It's not just one day of work, but full of months of the preparation. Speaker selections. I think that this year was, from the speaker perspective, very interesting. My personal view, it could be more technical, but it's like not everybody is programmer and coder, and we need to understand, we need to align the understanding of AI for every category, every position, every person, not in the room, but I think within the whole ecosystem. From that perspective, the speaker was great. Events go smoothly from very, very nice discussion. I was really surprised how other people think, how their daily workflows are, how it's different from my. It was like everybody needs to follow like me. It's not. And I hope that you enjoy it. Also, like I.
Yeah, it's amazing to see that the AI is tackled in all different kinds of fora. It's not just the big companies. It's also the universities, the region, the academia, and from that something very good can come up. And this is time really to say thank you. Thank you all, the speakers, the panelists, everyone who in any way make this amazing event possible to happen. Thanks to the Orga team, thanks to our media partner Promysel, thanks to the cluster of Košice IT Valley, and special thanks to all of you who bared with us till the end. I hope you take with you something valuable from today, that you learned something, that you expanded your knowledge. So thank you very much for being with us.
Enjoy the rest of the day. See you next year.
Thank you, Ľubica. Thank you, Michal. Also from my side, thanks to Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions Slovakia, Košice IT Valley, and Promysel as well for making this happen. And I hope that you're going to enjoy the rest of the session, because there is going to be some little networking. If you still have time maybe to have a chat with fellow attendees in here or with the organizers, and even maybe try some of the side activities we still have for you here. Thank you very much, and see you in 2025.
See you.
See you.
you.